Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 12th round of FIDE Candidates 2022, and I'm delighted to introduce my new colleague, Jessie February, multiple times South African champion, women international master, best South African chess player.
Oh
So,
wow, I love the introduction. Thank you, Daniel.
yeah,
I did not expect that, so I'm a
yeah, I'm,
little nervous. It's a pleasure to meet you.
yeah, all the time I'm trying to be like I've only told the facts, so tell me if I've been mistaken anything.
Yeah,
So
I've got a degree in meme making. No, I don't. How are you?
yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Well, you shall tell us about the memes. I think it would be quite exciting for all of us because sometimes I can say that the players provide us with enough entertainment, especially in the last hours of every game. Like we had a one game which lasted for 7 hours. It was the game between Radjabov and Firouzja, and obviously we were like out of any sort of topics. So I I hope our stream never becomes boring. And
No, I have a ton of questions for you. Don't even worry.
okay, that's right. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel a bit flattered. So. Obviously, I'll try to be a bit nosy and ask you whether you had an opportunity to follow the tournament closely.
Yeah, so I have been watching the games closely, and I've also been providing recaps on YouTube. So I have been watching all of them, and I'm really excited to see what happens. I think that as many people believe the tournament is already over with Nepo winning, um, Magnus has made it clear on multiple occasions that there's there's speculation whether he will be playing the World Championship match anyway. So I think second place is definitely up for grabs, and the person who comes second in the tournament, there's a there's a decent chance they might be playing
S-
in the World
So
Championship
can we
match.
claim this the second place still costs somehow?
Yes, I think so,
Like
and I
taking,
think yeah, Naka was kind of disappointed in Fabiano's performance in yesterday's game, and I saw several clips of Naka walking past the board, pulling faces. It was hilarious, but Ding is now sitting in second place.
yeah, like obviously Naka is a walking meme, and he was like a bit, he might feel upset with Fabiano boosting up Ding to the second place and Ding scoring third consecutive win in a row. And talking about Ding particular chances against Nepo in the last 3 rounds to catch him up, like how in terms of ratio, in terms of percentage, like how high or how low you would evaluate them.
Yeah. And what are your predictions for the final standings? Do you have a favorite in the tournament right from the start? I'm sure you do.
Well, like not really. Like I'm frankly speaking, I'm not like a big fan of Nepo, but he's my like mate, if I can say so. And obviously,
Okay.
I feel happy for him to being at the very top.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, and I have a sort of I'm usually a huge fan of the underdogs. So, coming in as like the replacement, I was really hoping that Ding would be, the top placer and huge contender for first place. So,
Hmm.
right from the start, I was rooting for Ding Liren. But as commentators, you're meant to be impartial, so perhaps we can scrap the last
Yeah,
part.
yeah, obviously. Yeah, just erase it. Yeah, talking about the chess, I mean, particularly about the chess, about the quality of the game, I believe Ding and Caruana would be a very decent contenders, as well as Nepo, because yeah, like above all said, we have to claim that Nepo has just is making the history. His current result is just outstanding.
Yeah, I think the highest ever score at a candidates tournament was 8. No, no, no. 9 out of 14,
Hmm.
and Nepo is 8 out of 11. So there's a huge chance that he'll be making history.
Yeah. So just to overcome this result, he has to make 3 draws in last 3 rounds. It won't be quite a difficult task for him, I believe.
That's indeed true. And I think this game today between Nepo and Nakamura is very important. I think Naka will definitely be pushing. What are your predictions for today's game? Do you think we'll see some exciting chess or?
Mm, like I can't say I highly doubt that, but Naka has black today, and he clearly realizes that the second place is also a place that costs, and I believe he won't go all in this game. So I believe it would be a very smooth game. Probably it won't
Smooth.
last long. It would be a quick draw.
Oh, okay.
But
Because
but
he's sitting in third and definitely wants to catch up with Ding. And Ding is facing Radjabov today with the white pieces.
like this game between Ding and Radjabov somehow brings me like it seems a bit ambiguous because Radjabov won his World Cup in 2019 in finals, eliminating Ding Liren himself, and afterwards Radjabov hadn't been doing well during a pretty big period of time. So he had a drought of 38 games without a victory, and then
Wow.
finally there's been a drop with his victory against Hikaru, I believe, just like a couple of rounds ago, or maybe even
Yeah.
yeah, in round 10, I believe, or around 11. No, sorry, around 10. It was around 10, and like I don't believe Ding will try like that hard, but he has whites, and it won't be an easy task for Rajabov to hold like the player who has such kind of a streak with 3 consecutive wins.
Oh, wow. And I have to mention that while you were sort of talking about this 38 draws, I believe they every round they have a guest to make a move just for photographs and it's like
Mhm.
ceremonious and all of that. And the first game to have sort of started, and I'm assuming that the move was made on Nepo's board, was the move B3. And I thought, okay, well, perhaps Nepo's going to be playing B3. And I completely forgot that usually they have a guest.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
I was like, wow, the memes have already started. Like it's writing itself. I don't need to do anything.
yeah. Obviously,
um, and then it went back and it seemed to
I'm
turn
just
into,
a bit
yeah.
curious who were the guests in the previous rounds. So I believe there's been some
Yeah.
football players, one famous
Okay.
football player from Yugoslavia, like former Yugoslavia, obviously, Predrag Mijatovic, who used to play for Real
Mhm.
Madrid Football Club. And he even
Oh,
played a
wow.
game against Lubomir Libojevic. Like at least, like on paper, it's the man who's responsible for Rapport's prep during the tournament. So the media caught up mm, Rapport being with Libojevic in Madrid airport, but somehow
Mm.
I believe Libojevic is not like the main figure, the main second in his squad. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just curious. I have no clue who is really helping Richard Rapport.
Yeah, it has to be a football player. There's no other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was yesterday or the day before I saw the photos that were taken of the event. There was also Alexandra Kostinuk.
Hmm.
So that was a huge pleasure to see her making the move as well. And do we have a Berlin?
We have Berlin in Nepomnyashchy game against Nakamura, and somehow I have a feeling with Queen D4, Queen E4 moves in the opening. At least I had a small talk with one of my with my few chess colleagues, and like, is it a time for Nepomnyashchy to like show up with Queen D4, Queen E4 repetition on move 9 and 10? So
Mhm.
I can briefly demonstrate how this position appears normally. Like knight d6, d takes e5, knight b5. We play a4, knight bd4. We take. Black, like unfortunately for black, they cannot take on e5 and like and continue the fight. They have to take on d4, play d5, and then like this position I think, occurred for very several occasions, to say the least.
Oh, I remember seeing this, yes.
So like queen
And the game's
d4.
already over on move like 10.
Yeah, I'm just curious whether it will be
Mhm.
on the board. Yeah, knight d6 and yeah, like d takes e5. I would bet on d takes e5 somehow. I have a feeling, and
Yeah.
it's not against the odds. D takes e5 is a very reasonable option according to the current standings in the cross table for him.
Yeah, and I think that the Berlin has a huge sort of reputation to be drawish. I mean, made popular by Kramnik, I believe. And in this tournament, it's been quite the opposite because we've seen a lot of Berlin games that have ended in a decisive result, and especially between Nakamura and Radjabov. I believe both games were Berlin, and the results then varied. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
what do you think? Yeah.
yeah, I tend to agree with you that Berlin has a reputation of a very um yeah, very complex and but like more or less equal opening, and as like you mentioned correctly that it's been like on the regular basis. It was invented by Vladimir Kramnik in his match against Garry Kasparov in year 2000 in their London match, which
Oh wow.
which ended
Okay.
in with a victory of Vladimir Kramnik +2.
Mhm.
And I believe most of the games like after knight f6 continued with d4, d2, d3. So they like, I believe everyone avoided this capture on e4. So nobody
So
wants to
D3 is
play.
anti
Yeah, it's
Berlin,
like
right?
anti-Berlin. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
But you're right. So like mm, playing knight f6 with playing knight f6, like black usually the side who has black implies to play Berlin, and white obviously have to be aware of it, or at least to be familiar with some sort of theory in this very interesting and very um, like complex lines.
Yeah, and I think Nepo has also hit his
Yeah,
stride,
d takes
and
e5.
it's uh-huh.
Like I believe we can predict the game till the very end.
Oh no, that's such an early end to the game. Yeah, but wait, if Naka draws this game
Yep,
and Ding loses his game, I mean, touch wood, it doesn't happen. But then Naka and Ding are on equal score.
that's true, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Actually, I can say that I'm very I that I've read out the regulations properly. I know there
Oh
is a
wow.
tiebreak for the first place, but
Yeah.
I'm curious whether is a tiebreak on for the second place.
Okay.
I mean, a tiebreak match. I think no, because obviously, like the regulations of the tournament imply that only the winner takes it all, and
Yeah.
the first place is the place that counts, and they shouldn't take into consideration the words of Magnus, who was like kind of like I believe he was joking, but like we're pretty much mentioning on every single stream that Magnus told that he will play only against Firouzja. Like
Oh,
it,
I
it
thought I was the first one to mention it. Darn it.
yeah, it
Yeah.
even sounds ridiculous because Firouzja has
Mm.
probably the worst score against Magnus among all participants of FIDE candidates. Yeah, so queen e4, queen d4. I can't say
Mm,
it's what a
you were right.
yeah, it was a very
You're a
difficult guess.
prophet.
No, but I just know that Nakamura plays Berlin every single game against e4, and I believe both players are more or less fine with like spending only 7 minutes playing chess.
So that equals, yeah, that equals 2 free days, I think,
Hmm.
because tomorrow is a free day as well, and then going into the final 2 rounds, they will definitely have the most energy out of everyone else.
Yeah, I believe Nakamura prep didn't last long, and the only thing that he had to remember is that particular line.
Hmm.
All right, so we've got first game finished. So just you have bring us some sort of luck because players are no more torturing not spectators nor the commentator squad.
Yeah, this game will definitely be easy to analyze later on.
Yeah,
Live long the
I
Berlin.
hope the whole day will go off smoothly like this.
So, you're both a fan of the exciting chess and long games as well as the short, smooth games.
Yeah, obviously it depends on my like on my on my mood, on my
Mhm.
like feeling. So obviously I'm a bit fed up like comment making a commentary on like for 14 days almost in a row. Obviously we have like three or
Oh,
four
wow.
uh,
I
uh
was going to
breaks.
ask, do you take a break? So you've been on World Chess almost every single day. That's
Yeah,
insane.
I'm the lucky man
How are you
since the very
feeling?
beginning.
Yeah.
Well, mm, like without a doubt, I feel pretty much excited, and thanks for all of my colleagues. With like, I believe I would be bored like making the commentary alone, but like making the commentary being in pair is obviously like you won't ever get sleepy even you've had like 4 or 5 hours sleep before, because all
Oh
the
man.
time we are like touching some interesting topics. We are like answering interesting questions in the chat.
I should have prepared like crazy questions for you to answer.
Well, still like we will have a lot of breaks, I believe, because
That's
somehow
true.
my like I have a feeling that all the games will not last as like the same time as for Jan and Hikaru, so at least we'll have like 4 or 5 hours of action.
Don't put that out there in the universe. No, but I'm very happy regardless. Yeah. So, do you want to check out, as we mentioned, Ding Liren being in second right now, so hers game against Radjabov?
Yeah, I believe we should put more focus on the game of the runner-up.
Hmm.
So let's let it be Ding against Rajabov.
Yeah, and I know that the last couple of years it's been very difficult for Ding to find games against, top players, being sort of limited in terms of travel and all of that, and how unfortunate it was that he wasn't able to play in the Grand Prix.
Hmm.
But I know that his sort of goal, and he felt rather determined to make, you know, the number of games cut off for the the candidates, and he played his match against Wei Yi and all of the other tournaments he participated in. I can't remember how many games he had to play
Hmm.
within a space of like a month or 2 months.
Yeah, indeed, and he performed just brilliantly. It was a tournament of him and other three Chinese players, I believe,
Okay.
and like after round seven, he had like 6.5 out of 7 with an average rating of 2590.
Oh my
So
god.
like for me as 2600 player, I barely can imagine like how I can score that
Mm.
like that number of points after the 7 games against like the players equal to me in terms of the level of chess. So obviously like Ding's Liren like recent performances were outstanding.
Mhm.
It is a very soft word for like his real achievements. And I've also heard some opinions of like the living legends like Vladimir Kramnik, and he considers Ding to
Uh,
be probably the strongest contender, like comparing to Magnus. So the match between Magnus and Ding would be like in Kramnik's opinion would be even more like thrilling than the other ones.
yeah. So if Magnus does decide to play the World Championship match and Nepo is in favor of high content, he could sit back, let Deng play. Yeah, but I think that's unlikely. What do you think Nepo match 2.0 versus Magnus would be like? I
Well,
mean, I remember watching the world champion match and he cut his hair halfway through the event, but I think if he cuts it anymore, I think he'll end up bald. So I'm not sure.
somehow I believe Nepomnyashchy has like readjusted himself in a better way. Obviously, in terms of psychology, that's the most important thing, especially in the candidates tournament and world championship match. So the previous match will be a very different story from the new one, I believe. And uh, like, yeah, like in my point of view, like recent statements of Magnus, like trying to like pinch Jan for his inability to keep the concentration on the board were a bit premature. So like I hope, oh yeah, obviously like we will discover the fate of both players of Nepomnyashchy and Carlsen after their match. And somehow I believe Carlsen's statements were a bit premature.
Mhm.
Maybe they've pinched Young in the right way, and afterwards he won a pair of games with black pieces against Rapport in Petrov and then against Firouzja yesterday. So still, mm, like probably he lacks some like accuracy in the moves just after the very like beginning of the game, let's say after the opening. But then somehow when he catches the flow of the game, like if he has some sort of attack or he sacrifices a material for initiative, like he's pretty much cruising. So I can say that Nepomniachtchi is playing very different chess from like his previous mode, but currently, like as I said on the previous like streams, that his rivals became the hostages of the current standings because they want to catch up with him, but being far away, they're taking a lot of risk, and it pays off for Young as a very aggressive and very like strong player with like his main feature is the tactical vision. So obviously he's a
Like
bigger
that.
fish in this
Mhm.
sea.
So maybe he has to adopt Ali Reza's style. I believe a couple of days ago he had a 200, I don't know how many games they played of Hyperbullet against Daniil Radjabov. So perhaps he needs to adopt that style and go Hyperbullet right before the World Championship match.
Yeah, frankly speaking, I also blamed Firouzja for that decision, but it's clear, it's obvious that he just blacked out after his loss against very painful loss against Hikaru, and
Mhm.
he's been in such a tilt. He played 250 games against Daniil Naroditsky, and like afterwards he wasn't able to readjust to a normal time control, not like 30
Mhm.
seconds per move.
Yeah, and at 5 a.m., nonetheless. Like, it's fine if you're. I mean, it's never fine to play Hyperbullet during a serious tournament like this, but to play it at 5 a.m. must definitely take. I mean, he must have been in some sort of mental state
Yep.
at the time. Yeah. So, what do we have in the game in front of us?
Well, black has a pair of bishops. Like
Yeah.
this is the first thing that crosses my mind. It was I believe Nimso Indian e3. So Ding already tried English, Ding already tried ready in this very tournament, and
Hmm.
Ding is trying out Nimso Indian with e3, like a trade on d5. Yeah, that's a very popular line.
I was
Like
gonna ask about knight a6. Like, I've never seen something like that. Maybe it's normal here.
neither me, to be honest.
Oh, okay. So
So
it's not just me.
this is somewhat surprising. Yeah,
Mhm.
96 looks a bit kinky, especially after white played a3 on move 7. It's like, what is the reason of putting the knight just in front of the barrier of a3 pawn? Yeah, but somehow, yeah, like his main idea is probably to play c5 and transfer the knight to e6. It has some sort of
Mhm.
sense, I believe.
Okay.
Knight,
Sorry, you're such like a calm. You have a calm facade in all of this, and then you spewing words like that, and I was taken aback. I think I had whiplash there. So continue, please.
all right. Yeah, knight a6, knight g to c5, and somehow Dengri decided not to resist this, like tempting the opportunity to grab the knight.
Mhm.
Pawn takes d takes c5. So Like considering pros and cons for both sides, like white has a very tasty square on d4. They have a better pawn structure.
Mm.
Like black has an isolated pawn, but sometimes it can be quite controversial because they have a pair of bishops, and obviously, like if not bishop b2, if white tried out castle immediately, they had to be aware of bishop h2 opportunities, like in some sort of positions at least. So
Okay.
black has some like very visible counterplay mm, on the king side. They have to. So they have to develop their pieces in order to press on h2 and g2 pawns.
Yeah, I was kind of worried because the more pieces exchanged, yeah, I'm assuming the worse it is for black having the double pawns and isolated
Mhm.
on the a file and then d5 as well. So maybe we'll see action in the middle game then.
Let's bet on the move.
On the next move.
Yeah, yeah, on the next move. Let's say yeah, obviously we start with Teimour because it's his turn to make a move.
Okay, should I give my bet first and
Yeah,
then
of
you?
course. You first.
Okay, so I think bishop b7. Yes. What do you think?
Yeah, bishop b7 is the most natural move. Like
Hmm.
obviously keeping an eye at a6 and d5 pawn both. Like I can't say I'm like an avid fan of this knight a6 idea, but yeah, I would rather pick white with in this position, especially with this particular pawn structure. So I would just castle simply.
Hmm.
It's like probably you play rook c8, just emphasizing the pressure on the c file. Like rook a d1 can be the move, and one of the ideas will be to put the queen on a1 and press on the king side.
Ready maneuver.
Yeah, ready maneuver. Also, there has been a
Yeah.
very it wasn't a well-known chess player, but his name is Maximilian Uitelki. He used to live, so he lived in Czechoslovakia and was a very more or less popular grandmaster in years back to 50s or 60s. Like unfortunately he died in a car crash when he was like 50
Mm.
something. But he invented this hippo opening where it's like double fianchetto b6 g6, like this knight d7 knight e7 setup.
He invented it? Okay.
Yeah, I think he was an inventor. At least he started to play it on a regular basis. And I remember
Hmm.
his games against even like famous international master Nezhmedinov, quite popular in Soviet Union. Yeah, he won pretty much a bunch of the games against the strong players back to 50s and 60s.
Oh wow. Okay, that's amazing. I wonder if there are still chess openings or concepts like this, open to be invented
Somehow I
in
believe,
quality.
yeah, Firouzja could have invented a lot of openings in his bullet match against Daniil Roditsky. Actually, yesterday, Anna Maya admitted that all the games he played with white were started with d4 first move. So like he decided not to show up his intention to play e4 against Nepo, but
Mhm.
it was more or less obvious because Nepo had only Petrov defense against e4, and he saw that he came up with some sort of idea. Yeah, but it was wasted pretty quickly.
Okay, so he played
e5.
d4 in all his hyperbullet
He only played d4.
matches. Okay, yeah. Oh, a5.
Well, a
Oh,
very natural approach just to fix the pawn structure.
mhm. I wonder what the thinking time was there.
Mm,
4 minutes,
yeah, just 4 minutes. Well, it's more or less
almost five.
natural,
Mhm.
and Ding, I believe he has to be prepared against a5. Like if he knew knight a6, yeah, knight e6 is somewhat I've never seen before, to be honest.
So would it be fair to call it a novelty? perhaps according to the database.
Yeah, well, we have
Um,
we have to figure it out. We have just to check the online base. I believe there's been
yes.
a like a plenty of correspondence games after knight a6, but on the top chess level, I mean like normal chess. Let's claim like classical chess is normal chess. Um,
Yeah, I remember what was the game? I think Knight H4 against Nepo that Caruana
yeah, yeah.
played.
It was a novelty,
Um,
was it?
yeah, they called it a novelty, but it had been played once before
Hmm.
by a 1700.
Hmm.
So I'm not sure. Maybe a novelty counts up to the rating of like 2400, and then anything after 2400, it's not a novelty anymore. Yeah.
I may agree with you. That's kind of peculiar because usually people call a novelty if a player of like a high level invents the idea, like
Mhm.
even if it's been played once or twice, but with like by the lower rated players, they don't call it as a
Mhm.
novelty.
Yeah, it's like an unspoken requirement. In order to create a novelty, you have to be of a certain level.
Well, I have another word for it. It's just some sort of disrespect for the other chess players, apart from like the top guys.
Yeah. Oh, we'll just assume that Fabi didn't see the game and, came up with it on his own.
Yeah, like obviously he will not he will not say even a single word about this game in his interview because it would sound a bit weird. Like I've been following a game of 1700 player, and he came up with a brilliant idea. So, like the next question will be like
Yeah.
Fabiano, please tell us, are you going to pick him as a second for your next like top tournament?
Yeah, that's definitely a question Dina should have asked. But it reminded me of the World Chess Championship. I think last year, Fabi was one of the commentators as part of a panel of one of the channels, and um, he was asked a really interesting question. So he was asked like the secrets of preparation and that sort of thing,
Hmm.
and he mentioned that um, one way was to sort of get his opponent out of their comfort zone and out of theory by not selecting the best engine move but maybe the second or third best engine
Hmm.
move, and that way he would throw them off but he would be more prepared in that line. So perhaps that's something he did.
Yeah, that's a very reasonable approach indeed. And uh, like obviously it has even more sense because I believe more like all top players and even not like I don't know who we consider as the top players, like top 10, top 20, or top 100.
All of the above.
Well, yeah, let's assume like a top player is like 2650 rated or more, like it's a top 100.
Mhm.
And like everybody knows the like the main suggestion, like the main engine suggestion, so the main line. And in order to like put your opponent out of the book, you have to like pick second or third suggestions sometimes, because like everybody is like familiar with the best moves of the computer,
Mhm.
but nobody wants to dig into the position like profoundly.
That's true, and I think he also added that despite some of the second or third best moves being dubious, he would rather go into like a maybe slightly worse position because no one's ever going to play exactly, perfect engine moves, and sometimes you can just outplay your opponent from a worse position. So
Hmm.
that's always the thought has scared me. Why would you go into a worse position and try to hope for the best sort of vibes? But yeah.
Yeah, like I can tell you how normally it works, like during the prep for
Hmm.
like the top players or even for the players of the level I am on currently. So like mm, just like the idea is not like the main suggestion of the computer. It's not the main line. The idea is somewhat that makes your opponent like have a visible variety of options afterwards, like when you make a move. And uh, then your opponent has to exclude the moves in order from the worst one till the best one. And
Mhm.
like if you see that there is some obscure difficulties and you play a couple of training games against like the players of your level and you found out that your opponents like similar to your level are failing to respond like appropriately, then it means the idea can be played like easily.
Okay. Wow. I'm actually learning a ton here, so thank you for that.
Well, I'm just telling you about like my personal approach, and I believe it is the way how it has to work. Like normally
Hmm.
people are more or less like well informed with the first line of computer.
Hmm.
And normally the first line of computer, especially on move 20 or 25, are like, as you said, like so dubious. And it's better to opt for something that's at least like from the human's perspective of view, like a normal human move,
Hmm.
which creates some
That's
human
true.
problems for your opponent.
Human problems are the worst.
Well, that's
Ooh,
life.
A6.
Yeah, a6. So he
That's
tries
life,
to get
yeah.
rid of the double pawns.
Uh-huh. Um,
Like funny enough will be if Ding opts for b6.
yeah, he's been pushing the pawn, so he went b5 and now maybe b6. But what would happen after b6? Queen takes and you just live the
Like
weakness on the a
I
file.
believe it won't affect the evaluation drastically, but b6 I would rather prefer something else. Like b6 probably doesn't have any sort of idea.
Hmm.
Like the normal move is the castle unless bishop h2. Like I'm not sure if it is working or not. Like on the spot. Like king h2, knight
Um,
g4. I believe we have to play king g3 because if king g1 there is queen h4, and I'm a
yeah.
bit puzzled the trait of the mate with the trait of the mate.
Yeah, I'm also not sure. Because you have to maybe move the rook and so king g3 is.
Yeah, yeah. So like bishop h2 probably at least has to be considered. King g3, I believe. And there is some lot
Then
of
queen. Maybe queen d6? Would you say queen d6?
yeah. Queen d6 is kind of the most typical checks.
Hmm.
Yeah, but then
Interesting.
then then it becomes very messy after knight f4.
Yeah, I don't want to, but I think it's like g5 is the next, but I don't know.
Yeah, like you play g5 and after knight cd5, let's claim white is out of danger.
What? With the king on g3, white is out of
Yeah,
danger.
but like if it, yeah, I mean, it sounds a bit ridiculous, but I believe white's king is safer than the black one, especially after g5.
Yeah. Wow.
So I believe it all depends whether castle works or not. So if it is a valid move.
Hmm. So you do streaming of your own?
Actually, no. So I think only once or twice I've done streaming, and like it's been literally in the medieval age. So it's been a like
Medieval,
yeah,
medieval age.
yeah. So it's been like
Okay.
5 or 6 years ago, I believe. It was a pretty
On
long.
Twitch.
I think so. I think so on
Okay.
Twitch. So normally I don't do streams, and I'm just I'm having fun making commentary of the games of players like those because somehow
Yeah, streaming.
I find it a bit difficult like to show your like best chess. Otherwise, I would be angry on myself if not be doing great during the streams. If I lose like a bunch of games, I would be regretting about the fact that I decided streaming. So therefore, I decided to make like commentary and not being responsible for the moves I'm suggesting.
That's the best way forward, of course. You know, speaking of Twitch, I completely forgot to open up Twitch chat, and I see that it has been a lot more active than YouTube. And I was asked to mention, have I seen your piano simul? You play piano?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Okay, you've done a piano simultaneous.
Yeah, I've done a piano simultaneous, and it
What is
was
that?
5 years ago, pardon me. Yeah,
Oh,
so
is this the one you were talking about?
I
Hmm.
played I played three blindfold games and the piano at the same time. But actually, like my friends then they showed me the video on YouTube with the guy just playing not even blindfold but on leeches like like in real life. And uh,
Oh,
I believe it's even a bit harder because you have to distract like your hands from the piano to enter the moves on the like on the screen.
I don't know how you did that. How did you do that?
Well, it's not about like some extra uh, extra abilities. It's about what I've been used to do. So I'm
Hmm.
playing piano since I was 5, I believe, and
Oh, wow.
the same for chess. So my
Okay, so you give piano simul lessons. Can I learn from you?
well, I can try to. So yeah,
Yeah.
if probably you will be the first person ever interested in that sort of lessons.
Yeah.
But do you play piano?
No, I played. I probably learned how to play when I was like 5 years old as well,
Mhm.
and I stopped when I was 7. But that was it. Like that. That was the extent. I don't think I went back. I would have loved to continue. Thinking back, I enjoy singing and playing the uki and all of these things. So yeah, I play a bit of the guitar as well.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah,
I'm not good uh, in guitar to be honest, but like I'm very jealous to
it's my
people.
uki right here.
Wow, that looks so cute. But
Yeah, I
like
play
like
on stream.
is the name of this instrument is ukulele or
Yeah,
all right, yeah. So it's
yeah,
like
I
a small
pronounce it
guitar.
ukulele, but yeah, there's different pronunciations.
Hmm.
It's tiny and it has 4 strings, so it's easier to play the chords.
Well, like somehow I find it easier to play on 88 like
Keys.
keys than to play on like six-string guitar, to be frank.
Yeah, it comes more naturally to you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's
So when you were playing the simul, were you reading music as well, or were you just playing
no. I was playing by heart, and I told that if I'll be playing piano, I will play like the classical music because
Mhm.
I'm fond of classical music, especially Chopin, Rachmaninoff, Beethoven.
Hey,
So those are like these old gits are my favorite ones in the world of music.
hey, I would love to learn how to play Debussy on the piano.
Claire de Lune or which one? Like he has probably Claire de Lune,
Probably yes,
Arabesque.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
So
like
Claire de
yeah, probably I've played
Lune.
it like a year ago, but I'm not like perfectly good at it.
That's awesome. Yeah, the more you learn. Thanks, chat, for letting me know. I should have done some research of my own. Maybe the stream is still there in the archives somewhere. Yeah.
So you can try playing blindfold chess with and ukulele alongside. Why not?
Um,
I
I can
believe the
barely play.
spectators
Uh-huh.
would be very interesting to listen to you.
Hmm. That's definitely a content idea. It would drive me nuts, but that's possible.
Yeah, yeah. Don't thank me. I'll give you more hints.
Yeah, I'll have to give you a commission or credit. Yeah.
I've been told you have another music instrument being very popular, like a national one. Is it like vuvuzela or something like that?
Oh wow. You know about our Vuvuzela?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a music instrument. I think it's a noise tool.
Really.
You just blow noise into
You
it.
just
Yeah.
you just disrespected the Vuvuzela
Oh
players.
no. I'm professional Vuvuzela
Yeah,
players.
yeah, yeah. Like the first time I've heard about it, obviously, was during the like the
Hmm.
Football World Cup.
World Cup.
Yeah,
Yeah,
2010.
2010. That was the first time I heard of it as well. And then I got one, and it's still sitting somewhere, I'm sure, in the storage room. And all you got to do is like bend your lips and blow noise into it. So that's it.
But I remember, I may recall South African team doing pretty well in this tournament, even winning a game against France, whom I was like the team I was supporting. And yeah, it's been a disaster. Yeah, disaster year for France national team.
Okay, so you support football or you watch football?
Yeah, I watch football, I play football, I support football,
Oh,
like in some sense of the
yeah.
word.
I was going to ask what you do with your time in general. Like you coach or you play professionally.
Yeah. So I have like I'm engaged in in a variety of things, if I can say so. So like normally I consider myself as a chess professional, but
Mhm.
uh, sometimes I'm doing good, sometimes I'm not doing like a bit worse. Like I'm trying not to be too strict to myself. Yeah, like
That's good.
like frankly speaking, sometimes I'm doing just awfully, but still like somehow I carry on and just try to improve my chess game. And
Yeah, perseverance is good.
like lastly, I haven't played piano a lot, but obviously this is my like engagement. This is my hobby number like two, apart
Mhm.
from chess, if I consider chess as a hobby, not a profession. Well, like you cannot really consider a game as a profession, probably. Like
Really?
despite like earning money, despite winning prizes, like still the game is a game.
Okay. Well,
Well,
then I've
I don't know.
I've never worked a day in my life.
Like
Yeah,
neither me I can say the same.
yeah.
So we're just
I enjoy.
yeah, and I like
We're hobbyists, surviving hobbyists.
and
Yeah.
yeah, I'm eager to do some sports like basketball, football. I love arts, so and uh, so not only music. I'm a big fan of I'm the museum nerd that loves to go to some museums,
Oh,
especially
awesome.
to the ones they have they like the works of the paintings of 19th 20 the early 20th century. So it's like
Hmm.
impressionist, like post avant-garde, like avant-garde are my favorite flows. And yeah, I'm keen on like a pretty lot of things.
That's awesome. And you have a lot of museums in your city?
Well, like in Spain, my favorite museum is like in Spain it's named like Museo de Reina Sofia, which in English means like the Museum of Queen Sofia, and uh, it possesses a variety of famous works of arts. For example, a lot of works of Pablo Picasso, Salvador Dali, and other
Mm,
famous painters of mostly of the beginning of 20th century. Like
that's
this
awesome.
is my like if I've been asked what is my favorite time and I would even consider to go back to it. I think I would pick the early 20th century. That's despite the fact there has been like a lot of pandemics influenza, like the Spanish flu and other diseases.
Mm,
Somehow, I believe the beginning of 20th century was the probably like the richest period of time in terms of culture, arts, and politics as well.
oh, wow. You learn so much. So, which part of Spain are you from?
Yeah, currently I do live in like in between Valencia and Altea, so it's like an east coast,
Okay.
Mediterranean Sea.
And you were born in Spain,
No,
or
no, no. I was born in Russia and I moved to Spain just a few years ago, and
okay?
I pretty much enjoy like everything there. So I
Mhm.
already became like a typical Spaniard and like siesta. The
Uh-huh.
like the time after the lunch
You
is
take a
it.
nap.
Yeah, it's kind of a holy thing for me. So like
Oh, nice.
nobody can disturb me from siesta. Like only
Oh,
world chess
except
and the
chess.
candidate tournament can do it. So
I was going to say it's like this time right now because after lunch now you have to commentate instead of taking a
yeah.
siesta.
Frankly speaking, I want to sleep so much, but somehow I'm still fighting against it.
Oh goodness. So if you ever fall asleep or take a nap, I'll just take over and be like, okay, he'll be back. He's just, busy
Yeah,
with his siesta.
I'll just take a nap and yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, I think I need to move to Spain because that's also my favorite part of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, like obviously I know that you're from South Africa and I'm very curious about like your country and just to mention like when I was young, I was keen on reading and learning about the sharks and I know there's been like a lot of sharks in South Africa especially.
you
And
you hear about the shark attacks, but
no, no, not
it's
only about the shark attacks.
yeah.
I'm just fond of sharks
Oh.
like in every like in any by all means.
Mhm. We have a
So
lot
like
of dolphin sightings and shark spottings, I guess, as well. I'm not so clued up on it myself, but I only read about it in the news, I guess, if there's something to read about.
well, that's better to read about it than to face it, obviously. But you know, somehow I would
Yeah.
like once in a lifetime I would go cage diving, I believe, because I'm very interested too.
Wow. So you want to die young? Not recommended.
Well, yeah, thanks for the recommendation. Probably I will follow it.
No way. No, no, no. Yeah, so at the moment we're facing like severe load shedding. So in South Africa we have something called load shedding where there are these mass power outages. It all depends on your schedule. So it's countrywide and it happens per suburb and it takes away your power for 2.5 hours at a time. And at the moment, we're at a stage 6, which means you can go up to 12 hours without power during the day. And that's usually to either um, do some maintenance on the power plant or the fact that they want to reserve energy or there are substations needing maintenance and that sort of stuff. So there's a number of reasons why we do have power outages. And at the moment, we have one right now, but I have an inverter running that keeps my computer alive and my lights working just in this room. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to dry my hair because the moment I plug my hair dryer into the inverter, it will just stop working. So yeah, like load shedding does have a lot of setbacks for streamers and people who work from home and that sort of thing. But
Yeah, well,
um, that's like the worst of it. But don't worry, it's like the worst part of South Africa. The rest is beautiful.
yeah, I've been told about the Kruger Park. I've been told about the
Mm.
wines, and I
Mm.
believe there has been a
Yes.
World Youth Chess Championship in back to 2014,
Yes,
where
I played in this tournament. I was a youth in 2014. Yeah, I played on the under 18 section, I think, and
mhm,
it was in Durban. But yeah, I would have hoped that it would have been in some place like Cape Town. Cape Town is beautiful. That's where
like
all the wine farms are.
wow. So what is your favorite city, favorite town in South Africa from
Yeah,
your
Cape Town.
perspective? Cape Town.
It's the vibe. Yeah, the vibe is amazing. It's otherworldly. I'm from a city called Port Elizabeth,
Hmm.
and so it's a much smaller. It's only got 1 million people population, and yeah, it's quiet, but it's on the coast, and it's got a lovely beach, and we have some attractions.
Wow. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
curious to visit South Africa at least once.
yeah, you should. Indeed. But Tim, I think we've been neglecting the chess quite a bit,
Yes.
although I have been enjoying the conversation for sure. Um, which game are we still on? We're on Ding Liren versus Radjabov.
Yeah, so like I assume Ding was a bit afraid of bishop takes h2 threat, and
Mm.
uh, like consequently he decided to play h3. Like
So we
at
didn't play b6.
no, b6 was like too artful.
Too artful.
h3 was played, bishop d7, and still Ding takes his time.
So
Um,
now probably.
yeah, like the only drawback of
Mhm.
taking on a6, like uh, could be that the rook takes a6, and while we castle, this rook may be quite useful for black, like
Okay.
patrolling the sixth rank and creating some sort of threats on the king side. I don't know how to create that sort of threats, to be honest, because we need to get rid of the bishop on d6. Let's say play bishop b8, and then like to move out the knight from f6 somewhere.
I was sort of assuming that taking on a6 would have been better for white, but now I see that it is not. And the reason is because black's rook would be on a6 and black's pieces would be less coordinated. I mean, ideally, black would want to have connected rooks, but yeah, this rook a6 with the idea of swinging it over to the king side does look rather dangerous,
Well, still white has
reminds
a
me.
slightly
Mhm.
preferable pawn structure, and yeah, I'm failing to evaluate this particular game because I don't find any kind of common pattern to evaluate that sort of thing. Like black has a pair of bishops, but white has a little slightly better, slightly preferable pawn structure. So it has to be more or less equal, but somehow I believe I would rather pick white to play than black.
Yeah, it reminds me of um, whose game was it yesterday? I think it was. Uh, it wasn't Hikaru. No, it wasn't yesterday either. I think it was round 10. I was taking a look at the game between Hikaru and Alireza,
Hmm.
and there was a big kingside attack for Hikaru, and he had some rook left on the a file as well. Um, ended up playing like rook a3
Yeah,
and
yeah,
rook over.
true. So he
Yeah,
he swing the rook from a3 to g3 and checkmate it quite quickly.
yeah, it looked so sudden because there were so many moves in between that there was Queen h5 and suddenly there's an opportunity maybe for Alireza to come back and defend,
Mhm.
but it happened so quickly that suddenly he wasn't able to stop like Queen f8 mate, Queen g7 mate. So I wasn't able to take like a proper look at the game, but I'm wondering if there was a way to defend.
Well, I believe not really because somehow in terms of strategy, from this just practical point of view, Firouzja made just the same, like both mistakes in his games between him and Hikaru and his game against Jan, like they
Mm.
coincided. So in both the games, he like voluntarily decided to trade the light squared bishops, and white squares became quite vulnerable. So like probably Firouzja didn't he he didn't came up with the right like consequences
Okay.
after the first game, after his first loss against Jan.
Oh, I see. Okay, so maybe he overextended on the king side then with the white
Hmm.
pieces. Mm, makes sense.
All right, so shall we move on to the game? Yeah, you should choose the game between. Like
Okay.
we have two remaining games we failed to watch yet.
Yeah, as we spoke about Alireza, let's see his game against Duda, I think.
Yeah, to speak of the devil in a good sense of the word.
No, he's an angel, everyone.
Yeah, obviously.
I've been seeing a lot of Italians this tournament, and like that's one of my favorite openings actually. And I've learned a lot from these players playing Italian, and I had a lot of motivation as well. From the fact that I think Duda played with the white pieces against Fabiano, played the Italian
Hmm.
and won. So I was like, okay, I'm never going to stop playing the Italian. What have your thoughts been? Why have we? Why do you think we've been seeing so much Italian instead of Roy Lopez?
Well, I can't say that I have a clear opinion about it, but Italian is widely practiced nowadays, and I believe, yeah, sometimes players just try to switch, just try to like shuffle the openings just from the very beginnings in order not to give their opponents to prepare like properly, and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes playing Italian apart from Ruy Lopez, just shuffling the move three, bishop b5 or bishop c4 is quite a sensible idea.
Okay.
Yeah, let's move on to the game between uh, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Alireza Firouzja. All right.
Did I mispronounce Jan's name? How do you say
Yeah, like
his
he's like for
double
him as a
barrel?
Pole, I believe his pronunciation is Jan-Krzysztof.
Christoph?
Yeah, it's like basically it's the same as Christoph, but for the Poles they tend to pronounce it in a bit different way, like so they make like
A
like that sound. Yeah, it's like ch. Normally it's like ch in English.
Christoph?
Krzysztof, yeah.
Ch- ch-
Yeah, don't mind, don't mind.
Okay. Oh my goodness. So it's like KCH.
Yeah, it's like ch and a bunch of
Oh
yeah,
wow.
like consonants.
It's like me trying to say the Sicilian line, Snesnikov.
Sveshnikov, yeah, but I believe it's
Yeah,
somehow it's easier in terms of the pronunciation. Russian is much easier than Polish.
Polish. Yeah.
I think so, just my point of view.
Okay. Krishnikov. I will get it right one day.
Yeah, yeah, just it's a
So we have,
matter of practice.
yeah.
And
So we have switched games, and we see
this,
the Slav.
yeah,
I went back.
we've got anti Miran, I believe.
Anti
Yeah,
Marin.
because
Okay.
like anti is queen c2 instead of bishop d3. And
Uh-huh.
once I believe I shared my experience reading one of Alekhine books, and in
Mm.
his game against in his match against Frank Marshall, I believe in back to 1925, he started with bishop d3. Um,
Oh, the Marin is to gain a tempo, right? By
yeah, yeah,
taking
just
c4.
like
Okay.
gifting this move a question and exclamation mark at once, because there is no necessity to give up the tempo with d takes c4 and bishop c4. So it's could it be useful to
Mm.
start out with right out with queen c2, but I
Then
mean,
black just plays something like a6, or
yeah, a6 or bishop d6. Uh, black has plenty of options. Even like b6 is one of the best moves according to the engine. But bishop d3 is quite a valid move, and it just leads to the well-known line that was played in the
Mhm.
like in the many games, in a few games in the match between Kramnik and Anand in their World Championship match back to 2008, I believe. So it's also a well-known line, and but Duda decided to make a bit like more flexible move in terms of development. Bishop d6, bishop e2, also bishop d3. Like obviously bishop d3 is possible there. Castle d takes c4. Like black mostly take on c4 in order to prevent e3, e4, because if mm, like it's Like it looks a bit controversial, but maybe trading d pawn to c pawn is better than trading the d pawn to e pawn, because after d takes c4, bishop c4, b5, bishop d3, all the time blacks um, can like follow up is connected with e6, e5 moves.
Hmm.
Bishop
But
b7.
now so now we see as well with like a5 by black,
Mhm.
and instead of I'm more used to a6 c5. So what is the idea there? How do you?
Mm, uh,
Is it a bit slow?
no, a6 I think it's even the main line. It's like
Okay.
a5 I'm not like very familiar with to tell the truth. So a6 I believe even b4 is a move. And then after
Hmm.
b4, then like having a hook on b4, black can like try out to capture it with queen e7,
Oh, okay.
because like protecting it would look a bit slow after knight d5,
Mm.
like extra attacking the pawn. If knight d5, black can take even with the e pawn and put their knight to a very safe
Oh wow,
c4 square.
that looks really strong.
Yeah, and like visibly it looks like white has a little bit better pawn structure, but mm, it also has some sort of drawbacks. And after queen e7, I think one of the moves is e4. And bishop b4 is not a great option due to e4, e5, and then the pawn is
Uh
hanging.
huh. Okay.
So a6 is the line, and after b4, I believe even rook c8 is a move.
Mhm. I was looking at even like bishop takes c3 in that line where you said that h7 was hanging,
Hmm. Yes, like
and
take queen e7, e4.
take an e5, and then bishop c3.
Yeah, it would be a very valid move, but due to intermediate e takes f6, mm,
Oh,
yeah,
right, attacking the queen.
yeah, it
Okay,
may cause
gotcha.
some damage.
A little bit.
A little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah.
If-
And this is why I cannot play blindfold chess.
No, but I think it's only a question of a habit. So if you are getting used
Mm.
to, it won't be quite a big deal for you to play blindfold. So the current world records holder is Teimour Radjabov.
I heard that, yeah. He did a huge exhibition. How many games did that? Because I actually thought that Magnus, for some reason, was the record holder. But yeah,
Yeah,
Guriev,
I think Gariev had 48 at once,
48.
and the simul took place in Las Vegas, like
Mm-hmm.
or as it's been recorded, like something like that.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what the score was.
Mm, well, he's done pretty. He won pretty convincingly, like among the rest of the field, probably losing just once or twice and making 4 or 5 draws. So it's been pretty impressive.
Wow, that's impressive, yeah. Because I can say that I've played like 48 to 50 blindfold games, but I will just resign after move 10, I think.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
48. It's a bit too much. I agree.
Because you have to keep track of
Hmm.
everyone's name as well. It's like, okay, A, B, C, I've played. Like you run out of letters in the alphabet if you name every. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So a5 was played, e4. Yeah, obviously e4 all the time has to be like needs to be met with e5. Pawn takes knight takes bishop, h3.
Hmm.
Preparing f to f4, and like Duda clearly shows off with his intentions to attack the king side. Bishop a6 preparing b4 is not a useless idea at all, so b4 is hanging on the very next move. And after bishop e3, I'm curious whether b4 is possible.
Uh-huh. So this is the current position
Hmm.
now. And it is black to move.
Yeah,
Shall
like
we predict the move as well here?
let's take a quick look at b4
Okay. B4.
because yeah, we are not responsible for the moves we make on the board, on the analysis board.
We can have some fun.
Yeah, it gives
Yeah.
us a sort of carte blanche. I believe we can take on a6, and after b takes c3,
Ooh.
we can pull out the rook.
Hmm.
I'm not convinced if we should include rook ad1 because after rook ad1, like black has queen b8, and b2 is hanging and the bishop is hanging, and it won't be an easy issue
Um,
to solve. So I would rather expect
okay.
even bishop c4. Like I will
Then
not,
taking on B2 anyway.
yeah, I will not like even flick if you take on b2, play rook b1 or d1.
The pawn looks untouchable. Even playing. Hmm.
Yeah, but like f4 comes on the very next move, so
Hmm.
like maybe rook ad1 is a bit more precise to cover up the d4 spot and prepare f2, f4 to be played.
Hmm.
Like up to me, it's a very playable position, and I would rather pick white. There is a little tactic after queen e7.
Okay. Let's see. Ah, you take on E4 with the knight.
No, it's white to move after queen e7, so let's make a move with white pieces.
Oh, white is
Yeah, like
having a
how
tactic.
how to win the
Oh,
material.
so now you play bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5, you're right.
That's very cute.
Yeah, just to
Take.
demonstrate the severe consequences for black pieces because they're a queen down.
Yeah.
And like besides, apart from bishop c5, I believe even f2, f4 gives white some sort of advantage.
Okay.
Like we are kicking
Yeah.
out the bishop, and b2 pawn is no more a power, it's rather a weakness. And then we'll play e4, e5, so
All right. So you have to play. Wow. No squares to the bishop almost.
at least we
Yeah.
found out why Firouzja
Played
is,
A5.
yeah, is a bit concerned about playing b5, b4 there.
Oh. So there was that move. So perhaps he'll play rook b8 first. Or maybe he sees all of this and tries to prepare b4 anyway. Oh, but you can't play rook b8 because then bishop a6 is hanging.
Yeah, so rook b8 doesn't bring anything to black because the bishop is not protected.
So to anticipate maybe f4, can black play bishop d4? I don't know how good that is, or even rook
Hmm.
e8 here.
Yeah, at least rook a8 looks natural.
Mhm.
Like we can include rook ad1 first just to define where the queen goes.
Okay, and then queen
So
c7.
queen c7 or queen e7.
Oh, the b8 square is very green.
Which one?
So when you pick up the queen,
Hmm.
the b8 square is like very, very green.
Haha.
It,
But
it
what?
was like
But what?
showing.
No, but what does it matter?
Okay, queen c7 then.
Yeah, like after f4, like in common, black has to take on c3
Mm.
because like if queen takes, this is somewhat white is not willing to have because of knight e4,
Is knight
and
d5 a move? Or
knight
probably
e5
not.
is a move, but like
No
probably
reason to
yeah, it
play it.
doesn't it
Yeah,
doesn't it doesn't work out like
have
right
any
away.
sense. Yeah.
So white will take with the pawn. Like in even after taking with the pawn, there is still knight e4. Like bishop e4, and I believe even f5 is a move. No, it's not. Like h7 pawn is hanging in the very end of the line.
Oh, check.
So therefore, after
So
b takes
how to
c3,
deal? Yeah, pawn takes, and now what?
like normally, like positionally speaking, black has to get rid of the light square bishops just to eliminate the bishop pair.
Hmm.
Like that's the essence of that sort of positions with against the pair of
So would you
bishops.
suggest
Even
giving up a pawn?
I believe even b4 is a valid move,
Mm.
like right away trying to swap the bishops. And after
Hmm.
b4, according to the theory, I would expect c3, c4 to be played.
Yeah.
And preparing e5.
I don't know if you heard the beep in the background.
Yeah,
So that was
just a
my, yeah,
little.
yeah, that was my power coming back on.
Well, so now you have like electricity as it is.
Yeah, electricity just came back
All
because the
right.
entire suburb did not have any power, so I had to run on batteries.
Wow. Do you have solar
Yeah.
panels, by the way?
No, I don't have any solar panels.
I, I,
It's a big investment to make. Yeah. But it's worth it. It's probably worth looking at.
mhm.
Yeah. We're also in the middle of winter right now and it's really cold.
Like by by meaning cold. What do you mean exactly?
So
Like plus.
not the kind of cold that you're used to.
Mhm.
So in the evening it goes down to maybe 7 to 9 degrees Celsius
Whoa,
in my city.
that's really cold.
Um, yeah, and in the north of South Africa it's a little bit colder, maybe 0. And then okay, today's a warm day, but usually it's a maximum of like 18 degrees Celsius.
Well, during the daytime, I believe it's very comfortable weather.
And it's in Spain it's hot, right? So it's like
Right now,
40
yeah, it's like
degrees.
probably like 35. Yeah, so it's
Oh
like
my
it's
gosh.
absolutely vice versa. So while we have hot summer,
You have
you
to
have a
stay
cold
inside.
winter. Yeah.
But since you're in Spain, have you thought about visiting Madrid?
I've been to Madrid for several occasions, but like nowadays when it's like plus 40, and
Yeah.
I've already assumed like
Well, for the
not
candidates at
like
least.
yeah, not the flow of the tournament, but like the circumstances are not like quite like are not appropriate in terms of playing chess because while it's my plus 40,
Hmm.
um, it's a bit difficult to just to show your best chess skills.
That's true.
So I believe it would be a better time to have Kennedy's tournament in winter in Madrid. And
Mm.
I'm very curious whether like if you have you ever had snow in South Africa?
In the mountains, yes. So some parts of South Africa we do have snow, like the Drakensberg, and there's a place not too far from my
Hmm.
city called Hogsback, but it's also up in the mountains. So there is snow,
Hmm.
but not generally, you know, on sea level.
Hmm. Yeah, obviously.
No, it's not cold enough. Yeah.
So it's not only snow in Africa in Kilimanjaro. So
No, no, many more places,
yeah,
and even the center of
that's
South Africa,
curious.
so like away from the coast, on the roads and stuff, you'll see frost or small like portions of just ice.
Maybe
Yeah.
somebody just took it off of the fridge.
Yes, and just chucked it on the ground. Yeah, no, definitely.
All right.
And in Spain, does it snow?
Well, it's also depends on the region. So, for example, in mountains, yes, obviously you can easily like have snow in winter, even like uh, during the springs, the snow melts quite. So, like not so fastly. For example, in the northern regions of Spain, like in Andorra, there is a lot of snow during the winters.
Okay.
And even in the southern part, there is a resort, even a ski resort named I believe Sierra Helada, which means the the um, icy land or a
Okay.
cold land,
Oh
and
wow.
it's near to Granada. It's just maybe 150 kilometers away from Malaga, like the pearl of the Mediterranean Sea, because like Malaga, the origin of the world is connected to the word pearl. So it's literally a
Oh,
pearl.
okay.
And just 150 kilometers away from Malaga, you can see snow in the very,
That's
very
amazing.
south of the Europe.
So I'm assuming your Spanish is fluent.
Not really, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm getting used to. So, I believe everybody understands that I speak like a foreigner. I make some sort of mistakes, but I can say that I'm this. That's what I'm shy or hesitating for. Not much.
Okay.
So like
Because I was going to say we should speak Spanish instead.
are you good at Spanish?
Sí.
Wow.
No. That's like one of one of the 15 words I know in Spanish.
Well,
My vocab
like
is
the
hmm.
main thing you have to know in Spanish is like mañana, because
Mañana. Yeah.
literally it means everything. It can be right now, it can be tomorrow, it can be this hour, it can be next month, or even next
Oh
life.
wow.
So
Like soon.
yeah, it's like at some period of time. And
Yeah.
the difference between Spanish mañana and Cuban mañana, as I've been told, is mañana in Spain is most likely this week or maybe next week, but mañana in Cuba means like probably next month or never.
Never. Oh wow. Okay. Jeez. The more you learn, that's really cool. Yeah, I was more inclined to know things like vino and uh, what was it to vamos.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I'm yet to visit Spain, so hopefully one
Well,
day I will get this
yeah, it
chance.
will be a
Yeah,
good time, definitely. You will
yeah.
enjoy it.
Funny enough, I'm receiving my Spanish visa next week, so I'll be traveling to EU next week as well.
You have some sort of tournaments or just for the vacations?
I'll be attending Formula One in Austria, and then I'll be going to TwitchCon in Amsterdam, in Netherlands.
Well,
So I'm yeah, not unfortunately not able to visit Spain this time around, but hopefully next time.
are you an avid fan of Formula One competition?
Yes, so I've recently got into it last year, and yeah, I'll be traveling with the team Red Bull, so
Wow,
I'm
sounds
excited.
great.
Yeah, I'm very
What do you
lucky.
like most in the Formula One? Like the sound, the speed,
Ooh,
or like the
no,
essence?
I like the drivers more. So like getting to watch things like um Drive to Survive, Formula One, and being able to hear the interviews, and I think a lot of the emotions that's involved in the camaraderie and the fans and the vibe and that sort of thing. So I really like
I
that.
wonder you watched the film Ford against Ferrari recently.
What's it called?
I think it's Ford against Ferrari.
Oh, okay. Ferrari.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
believe it's about the history of Shelby Company. Like not
That's
not
cool.
not
I
not not the
haven't.
Shelby Company limited from the Peaky Blinders, but the Shelby Company as suppliers of
Yeah.
Ford and uh, the Formula One driver Ken Miles, like a well-known Formula One driver. So that's probably the only film I can talk about. Like if we talk about Formula One specifically.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched this movie. That's cool. I'll check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, like back to the chess. We've been, as you said, neglecting the players
It's okay.
being
It's my favorite pastime.
being at their duty in Madrid, like in plus
Yeah.
40 circumstances, which makes us feel a bit worried for us in terms of their health. And the games are literally heating up. So we've got b4, bishop a6, b takes c3 on the board.
Yeah, this is what you spoke about as well, being a reality. So now it's a matter of does does white move the bishop back to c4 as you
Yeah, bishop. I
mentioned, or
believe bishop c4, c takes b2, rook a d1. This is somewhat ahead on my computer,
yeah,
so it's still a prep from Duda, and he recalls the theory. Or even
yeah.
if he
Let
doesn't.
me. Mhm. I'm just gonna take a look at the thinking time.
Hmm.
So bishop e3 played by white took 13 minutes,
Hmm.
and then b4 by black took 22 minutes. So 22 minutes thinking time there. And 1 minute for bishop takes a6 and 5 seconds for b takes c3.
Hmm. Yeah, that's pretty logical because you shouldn't consider rook takes c6 due to a takes b4, and
Yeah,
black like is simply busted.
he's busted. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I was looking at the other games as well here in the background. Hmm.
Like still we were failing to see the last game on the agenda.
On?
I mean, like, was it Rapport game against Caruana we were failing to look at?
Oh yes, we can take a look. That's the game I'm talking about. So Rapport versus Caruana, and we potentially see opposite side
Yeah, and Bishop c4 is
castling.
is
Mhm.
played in the Duda games against Firouzja, and somehow
Oh wow!
yeah, yeah.
So
So
he
it's
played
it's,
that.
it's just a line. Okay, we
Okay.
are.
Yeah, he only thought for what seems 6 minutes. Maybe he was just trying to remember the line. Alrighty, so we're taking a look at Rapport versus Caruana here.
Mhm.
So, what are your thoughts? Do you know why Rapport has been sort of thinking about changing federations from Hungary to Romania? I think both him
Mm,
and his wife are planning on doing so. And I think the one reaction I read in the email by the Federation of Hungary was that um, they were planning on um, sort of coming to some sort of agreement with Romania, having a buyout for the player. I'm not sure.
hmm. Yeah, like this news was regarding Rapport changing the federation were like absolutely out of nowhere, so nobody expected him to change the flag. And well, I believe that's the money that decides. So probably he's got a good sponsorship from the Romanian side, and like one of the main requirements from their side was to represent Romania in the uh, like official international competitions.
Yeah, like a Olympiad, but
Mhm.
I think that Rapport had represented Hungary, and I think
Mhm.
there's like a space of 2 years that you have to not represent your country in order to just,
No, 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 but
change federation. Mhm.
it's only a question of like of the money. So if
Money.
yeah, yeah, like
Yeah.
literally, because I faced the same issue when I've been changing the flag from Russian to Spanish, and
Mhm.
like the main requirement in order to make your transfer like being free of like any sort of fines or like extra payments was not to represent your like former country for the period of 2 years in the
2 years,
international
yeah.
championships like European Championship, World Championship, and etc.
Mm. I thought that Grand Prix counted because he was technically under the flag of Hungary, but I suppose it's not really representing your country in any way. It's an individual
Yeah,
tournament,
I assume he
so
still
that
needs
makes
to pay
sense.
like around $50,000.
What?
Yeah, yeah, I believe
Oh
it's
my
yeah.
gosh,
The
that's a
pri
lot of
the
money.
the price of the question is the issue is $50,000.
I suppose it's nice to put a number on how much you're worth as a player.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
according to the price fund of this particular tournament, like he only needs to play like once or twice to cover all the expenses for his
Oh,
like
this has to come
federation.
from him, not Romania.
No, no, no. I'm joking. Obviously, I'm kidding.
Oh,
So I believe there
that's
were
true.
that
As a
like
top
there are
player, you're making
sponsors.
that sort of money.
Hmm. There are
Yeah,
sponsors
because like,
covering those kind of
yeah,
expenses for
I
him.
think the prize fund for the candidates is $500,000. So
Like,
surely everyone's walking away with something handsome.
do you consider it as a pretty big chunk of money or not? Like,
Yes, I mean, well, sort of the conversion for South African rand. It's a lot of money. It definitely is a lot of money. For instance, with $500,000, you can get um, like one of the top. Oh, thank you so much. I'm having a delivery of a cup of tea. Sorry for that.
that's
Thank
great.
you so much. And you can get like one of a top end car and most amazing house in South Africa. Like you can get a lot with that sort of money, and you can probably live off it for like a good. If you weren't to do anything but invest it,
Hmm.
you could live off of it. Like that's your retirement fund.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah. What about in EU?
Well, like in EU, it really depends on the country. So
Okay. Sorry, Spain.
yeah, like I believe Spain is not like the richest country in terms of salaries and in terms of like the prices. Like, like in my opinion, France or Germany are way costlier than Spain. But
Hmm.
yeah, regarding the property, it all depends on the exact place. For
Hmm.
example, like in Madrid, I don't believe it's a very expensive. There is a very expensive rent or very expensive flats to buy. But
Hmm.
like on the coast, it's getting like the prices are rising and in like not drastically, but in sufficient way.
Okay. Yeah, I was definitely going to ask if Spain is looking for any additional female players to represent their country.
Well, we have to figure it out.
Yeah. Oh, Queen G4 was played.
Like I was probably the first who was off the boat for the upcoming Olympiad because uh like the fifth was Iturizaga, who has a bit higher rating than me.
Okay.
So
Wait,
like
you're going to the Olympiad?
no, no, I'm not. Like I can say
Oh,
fortunately or not unfortunately, but I will not be visiting India in August.
it's gonna be warm, like really, really warm.
Yeah.
Well, considering the temperature in Spain right now, I don't think it'll be much hotter. But going from like 10 degrees weather to like 40 degrees weather is going to be quite an adjustment.
Well, but
Yeah.
somehow I believe you would feel that sort of change in temperature because recently I've been
Yes.
to Sharjah and I played Sharjah Masters, and
Oh, yes, it's warm there. I
so
was there last
it's
year.
yeah, it's already
Hmm.
been like over plus 40 like during the
Yeah.
daytime, and
Mm.
the climate is quite humid, and yeah, like literally you're entering the sauna. So
No, it's true. As soon as you exit the club, because I know that the whole club is like got aircon everywhere, okay, air
yeah.
conditioning, and as soon as you exit, it's like a wave of heat just hits your face, and it's almost impossible to breathe.
Hmm.
So I completely understand that. Yeah, yeah. But how did it go at the Sharjah Masters? Was it good?
Yeah, I enjoyed the tournament a lot. Well,
Hmm.
despite not taking the prize, I played quite a good
Oh,
tournament, scored +1, gained a bit of rating, and had a good time.
hey,
So by all means, it
that's
was
good.
a positive tournament for me.
Congrats.
Like by all means, it was positive tournament. Apart like for me, a part of obviously the COVID test. So like
Oh, how often do you have to test?
no, no, I mean like somehow the word positive like crosses my mind with
Oh,
like the recent pandemic, and that's why
okay, yes.
I'm trying not to use it so much.
Hmm.
So it
No,
was
it's
good.
okay. The only thing we don't
It
want to
was
be
decent.
positive is that.
Yeah, no more positive
Mm.
things. Sometimes
Happy
it's better to
things.
negative. Yeah,
Hmm.
and yeah, back to chess. for
So
some
queen
reason.
g4 was the last move that was played.
So yeah, so once again, as you've mentioned, we've got like plenty of Berling attempts to be played. Knight f6, and
Okay, it was d3.
all
Okay,
the time they're
d3.
faced with d3, like
Yes.
unless white want to make a draw, as Nepomnyashchy did in his game against Nakamura today. And bishop
So I
takes e6.
wonder, I do have a question. So I wonder if, in the case of d4, so it's actually up to white to say, listen, I want to draw or not to draw.
After, like,
Yeah, so after
if
knight
we're reaching the same
f6.
position.
Yes.
Oh, what's going on? Yeah, of course it's
That's where it's
white's
right to
move.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, castles and then knight takes. Yeah, so is this to say, okay, white wants to draw?
Like d4 is the
Or
easiest
not
way to do it.
entirely?
If they're not entirely like okay to make a draw, like I'm not claiming that d4 is making a draw at once, because it was white's decision not to take on c6 and continue the battle, because that would lead to the very well-known position in the Berlin endgame.
Oh, right. Yes.
And like it's just playable.
That's true.
Apart from d4, there is rook e1 as a valid move after knight d6. Like knight e5 is the most popular option. Knight e5, rook e5, bishop e7. Like it looks a bit drawish considering the symmetrical pawn structure, but there's been a lot of games like ending in as a decisive ones.
Oh, wow. Okay, so there's chances of having a decisive game after castles. Makes sense. I guess I was hard assuming.
Yeah, although knight g3 was played, and I believe the position after knight bishop c6, d takes c6 was already tried by Caruana himself with white against Hikaru in round 1 in this very tournament. h3, bishop e6, knight d2, knight d7, knight b3. And I'm wondering if it's just the same as Fabiano had in his game against Naka in round 1. Like, can we check it out somehow?
Yes. You mean round 1 you want to check out?
Yeah, I just want to know whether it's the same position or not.
Let's see.
Maybe knight d7 was the first deviation from the line, so queen e7 or queen d6 was played instead.
You mean this particular position? I don't think long castles happened, but
No, like this particular, absolutely not.
oh, right,
Like
sorry.
after knight bd2, knight
Uh-huh.
before knight d7, it was the same position.
Yes. Yes, it was. And then what was the next move for white?
I believe knight d7 wasn't played. I believe queen d6 was,
Oh, bishop d6.
or bishop,
Oh,
yeah, bishop
bishop,
d6.
yeah.
And then white opted for knight b3, knight a5, which looks a bit peculiar, but it has a clear sense of like tidying down black to protect the pawns on b7 and c6.
Yeah.
So it would be a quite reasonable. So it is quite reasonable alternative for white after bishop d6. Knight d7 was played instead, a more common approach. Knight b3, bishop b6, knight g5, bishop b3. I think this is the main line of like knight f3, knight c5, knight d2, knight e6, knight c4. I believe this is a well-known position. At least after knight c4, there has been a plenty of games in this particular line.
Okay. So was it, yeah, Fabiano was playing white in that game. that we referenced, and Naka was playing black.
Hmm.
And so it was Fabi who deviated from that particular variation. Your
Yeah,
memory is impeccable.
well, it's not impeccable, but just to mention, just the same tournament, I'm like making some sort of highlights on. So
Mhm.
it's it's not being for a long time ago
Yeah,
to to forget this game.
makes sense. But Daniel, shall we go to our first break of today?
Yeah, I believe so. So this
Okay.
game like is going quite smoothly. Like there's been no pawn trades. Like that's hilarious that the players already traded like three pairs of minor pieces, but none of the pawns gone off the board. And yeah, we've got pretty much a fortress in this position.
Sounds good. And when we come back, I would love to take a look at the game between Ding and Raja. Definitely want to see that.
Yep, agreed.
Okay.
Hmm.
So we'll be back soon. And we are back. Daniel, how was your break?
Well, I had a good break eating a plate of cereals, like with milk.
Oh, oh, delicious. Cereal is the best food group, I believe. I'm so sorry that you haven't been able to siesta, but you know, the tournament is coming to an end really soon with only 3 days remaining, including a rest day. So then you'll be able to go back to your natural
Normal timetable.
habitat and lifestyle.
Hmm.
Yes. So the reason I wanted to check out this game is I feel like generally it's a little bit uneven when, you know, you have the engine in your brain. So I thought, you know, I could have the engine in front of me. I'm not obviously going to spoil it for anyone, but
Hmm.
at least I can see it for myself whether things are better or worse for a player. I know for a fact you see a lot more than I do, and the engine in this regard has said a few things, has whispered few things in my ear about this games. So that's why I wanted to take a look at Ding versus Raja right now.
So is it true that the engine slider that I see on the board in the right angle of the picture is telling the truth that
Oh,
Ding
it's there on the
is
screen as well. Yes, it's true.
well, yeah, and that's a very horrifying fact for Ding because he didn't castle yet, and with f2 f3, like he shows off his like intentions not to do it ever, probably playing king
Yeah.
f2 instead. Like probably f2 f3 has a clear sense of taking a full control of e4, not like restricting the possibilities of black knight, but black has an open b file. They have a pair of bishops, I believe. Like some moves like queen c7 or queen b7 can be played in rook b8. Like I'm a bit worried about rook e8 or queen b7 if I had white pieces. Like especially after f2 f3, like rook e8 has to be considered firstly.
Hmm. Wait, after which move was that?
Yeah, like f2 f3 is on the board already. And after rook e8, I'm curious whether king f2 is the only like valid response or not.
I'm not sure. Like usually, you know, on Twitch, for instance, you'll find a lot of viewers overusing the emotes that suggest that F3 and F6 are just no-goes, especially when it comes to the middle game.
Hmm.
So that's why it was a big surprise. But I'm assuming here White will be able to castle safely and then get E4 in.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. But what about the dark squares? Would you say, oh, King F2, okay. Oh.
Yeah, I suspect we have to protect the pawn on e3. Like no
Mm-hmm.
way we have to protect it. And like queen king f2 at least like this the only sensible way to protect it. We have queen d3 or rook d3. But let's
Mm-hmm.
figure out the drawbacks of those moves. Like rook g3 is not a valid move, probably because of bishop f5.
Ooh, and the king is still on
Yeah, that
E1.
yeah, it looks very nasty for white,
Oh,
obviously.
wow.
And if queen d3, I presume the same bishop f5 issue is working out
Mm-hmm.
for black.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. And where does the queen? Well, I suppose the queen has to go to d4, but even so, it's in a lot of danger.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
then
like
just
bishop
bishop.
c5.
Yeah, bishop c5, and the queen is almost lost. I mean, queen a4, and I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Queen a4, and it's not a draw.
No, it's not a draw indeed. It's
Looking for a
white to
rhyme.
lose, probably.
Yeah. So I actually suggested, if you want to know the evaluation suggestion here, um,
I would
is
still
queen.
plug black to
Yeah.
play. I mean,
Yeah.
there's way too much pros for black in terms of
Mm,
like how you evaluate the position, like what is the method of evaluating the position properly. The first thing that has to be taken into consideration is the safety of the king, and white's king is absolutely unsafe. And the other things just don't matter when your king is not safe.
that's true. So here, like I said, the dark squares, would there be any benefit to playing something like queen b8 and in the case of king f2,
Mhm.
so instead of rook, instead of rook to e8, I think. So queen b8, king
Yeah, we
f2,
can
and
start right away
knight
with queen
h5 or
b8 as
something.
well, I believe.
Mm.
It's like if queen b8, obviously we have to be
Okay, castles.
prepared against the castle, and then rook e8 is even stronger for some
Okay,
reason, because potentially white still needs to put their king on f2, but in that case rook f1
realistically.
has absolutely no sense.
Mm.
Like if we
And
compare this
it's
position,
as though White had played rook f1 in that
yeah,
position.
that's what
It's
I'm trying to say.
yeah.
Exactly. So I
So the
believe black,
knight h5 as well. I'm not sure how strong that is.
indeed, black has a plenty of options, so you can choose like
Mm.
any of them. Black is just better. Maybe not winning, but like in the long run, white will be praying for some sort of bailout.
True. I'm seeing now because as the standings currently reflect, it says Nepo in first,
Mhm.
Naka in second. I don't know what the tie breaks are entirely. Do you know?
I believe in the case of a tie, for the first place, there is an additional like match slash tournament, depends on
Okay.
the numbers of the players in a tie. Uh, if the players are tied for like the rest of the places, let's say second or third, mm,
Oh,
I,
okay. I
I,
wanted to
yeah,
mention something there.
yeah,
Yeah.
I assume Zonneborg Berger and other coefficients are taken into account. So like a normal
Yeah, I
round
think
robin tournament.
so on social media, they were discussing this and they were saying something along the lines of, if there was a tie break and, you know, people of the public should decide what it is, what would it be?
Mhm.
And we've had a number of, and I think even there was a video of two of the players playing rock, paper, scissors against each other. It was so
Mhm.
funny. And other suggestions being Connect Four coming from me, and yeah, like a boxing match and all the rest. So it was quite funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Rookie,
Okay, looks like your move happened.
yeah, Rookie 8 is played.
And King F2, I think in the updated position.
Mhm. Let's emphasize the pressure on E3 pawn.
Hmm.
So
How would
basically,
you add pressure here?
like in general, the most natural approach is to put the bishop on C5 and play Rook E6.
Mm. Okay, because I only looked as far as like bishop c5, knight e4.
Mhm.
Would you take it? I don't know.
Even bishop G4. Yeah, it will face bit knight D4 indeed.
Mm. So knight d4 and now rook e6. It's not entirely possible. Would you even sacrifice? No. I was
Well,
even thinking to sacrifice, but I love this sort of insane play, like rook takes
yeah, yeah, yeah.
c3.
It's
Yeah,
not a senseless move at all. So I would also
yeah.
consider Rook B6 in order to just
Mm.
get rid of the knight.
But that's true. Makes a lot more sense. Hi. Hi, everyone in chat. Welcome. Yeah, if you have any questions for Daniil or myself, you're welcome to ask in chat, and I will relay those questions. Yep.
Bishop c5, knight d4, I'm a bit failing to, like as I said, emphasize the pressure on e3 pawn. Maybe not rook b e6 at once. Maybe we can sort of prepare the move like queen b8.
Mhm.
It's like one of the ideas, while your rook gets out the h1, I can play queen h2 and it can get very, very nasty. Because bishop h3 is hanging.
Oh wow. Okay.
So queen b8, like from my perspective of view, is kind of versatile move to keep an eye on the bishop on b2 and like pretending to have a threat of queen h2 if rook goes out the angle of the board. So I believe this
Mm.
position is quite easy to play with black pieces, and white, like white needs to be precise, very precise.
We're going to assume here that white is going to spend a lot more time
Mhm.
than black is in this position. Mm.
Well, not necessarily, because probably it's still easier to make the only moves in the position. Because
Oh,
let's
true.
say black has a plenty of options. Let's claim black has really a lot of moves in this position, not only bishop c5. But bishop c5 can be a very rigid decision unless there is some sort of sacrifices. I don't know. So I would play bishop c5, but still I would take some time to reconsider and take like a better look on the other options.
Mhm. Ooh. It's even showing. Do you want to know the evaluation, or do you want to guess the evaluation of this
Well,
position by Stockfish 15?
well, I don't know. It's probably like -1 or maybe -1.5. I believe white position is not good at all. Maybe it's bad, but not disastrous.
Yeah, it says -3 on my end, actually.
Really.
Yeah.
But let's clear all things out. Like what is the engine? Like how strong it is?
So queen, it's Stockfish 15, but
Well, that's
it's
pretty modern
queen.
one.
Yeah.
Like what is the hash rate?
A hash rate.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, like depth?
Yeah, the like depths or like K and S. I believe those
Oh,
are the
I
letters.
don't even have access to that. No, I don't even know what that is.
Because actually
Uh,
it's a very interesting topic of discussion, because normally
mm?
like strong players tend to use like the cloud system, like
Oh, yes.
and like renting the strong computers was a very like with an enormous rate, like hash rate.
Mm.
And obviously like the pace of analysis, it speeds up in times, and it's very useful in terms of mm, just saving a lot of time and energy for making a more or less proper analysis of the position.
Are you saying that it would be quicker to come to a more accurate
Yeah, that's what I
answer?
mean.
Okay, awesome.
Well, and if, for example, you have some sort of position where the evaluation is floating from, let's say, 0, so 0.3 and etc., those engines, those strong engines will tell you like the whole truth, the most precise evaluation and the chances for both colors.
Mm. Okay, that makes a lot more sense than using, online database, which is not always, well, not online database, but rather the cloud engine, not always entirely reliable. Makes sense.
Well, I believe the one that you can download from the internet, I mean the Stockfish 15, it's pretty good indeed.
Yeah, it's free, and I also use ChessBase where possible. So yeah.
So I presume that it tells more or less the ultimate. truth about the position, so I believe it can be that bad for white, but only in a forced way.
Yeah, so I have two different websites opening, both using the cloud engine.
Hmm.
Then one says -3 and one says -4.
Hmm.
Insane. 4.5.
Like,
Mm.
once again, if it is -4, we have to prove it like on the spot. Bishop c5. Mm, like, should we conclude that knight d4 is the only move?
Uh, what else is there? So there's
Like,
knight d4,
obviously white has some sort
rook
of knight
d3,
d1,
knight d1. Yeah,
but I mean the whole setup looks so shaky for white.
that's true. Yeah.
Knight d4 is more or less active. And then I was a
Um,
knight a4 after queen b8 was a bit bothering me. No, pardon me, it was just a stupid idea because of bishop takes a4. No, that was
oh,
dubious.
and loses a
Yeah,
piece. Okay. No, but knight a4, bishop takes, queen takes, and how to proceed, because if you take on b2, oh, okay, the knight on
yeah, the
f6
knight is
is
protecting.
protecting the rook. Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's a bit
Okay.
way too.
And even you're taking
Yeah.
a check, so.
After queen b8, like positionally speaking, it's difficult for white to make just a single move
Mhm.
because all pieces are tied down to protect e3, to protect the king. Also, like the king side looks a bit exposed with the pawn on h3. It's like knight h5, queen g3 ideas can be in the air.
That's true.
So it feels like Ding mixed up a bit in the opening, in the very beginning of the game, and I've made some sort of a brave bet telling that Radjabov, like, this game looks so controversial, it can be easily double-edged, despite the fact Radjabov having a black pieces and Dink has won 3 consecutive games. Still, Radjabov is the worthy opponent for everybody in this tournament. Queen b8 is played at once, so he started right away with queen b8 instead of bishop c5, and probably it's even smarter because after knight d4 we can, like, meet it with bishop g3, and
Oh, wow.
that position is very unpleasant, to say the least.
So queen d8 was played.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, for some reason I was just completely under the impression as well that the bishop was hanging on b2 and I'm failing to see the rook. Like I'm experiencing chess blindness in like every degree. So
Not only you, I have to claim all of us.
all of us, yes. And so what is the immediate threat here with queen b8 anyway? Um, okay.
Like bishop g3 is,
Oh, I see. That the knight is still on e2, I think.
yeah, pardon me, the knight is still on e2.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
I
basically
see.
it's not easy for white to develop the remaining pieces. So
Yeah.
if the rook moves out of h1, you can like basically can transpose to more or less the same line with queen h2.
Hmm.
And after knight d5, you just ignore it with bishop h3.
Ouch. That looks awful.
Yeah, it looks awful
And
indeed. Maybe it's a little bit more precise to take on d5 first, and then after queen c5, we play bishop h3.
okay. Oh,
Because
and there's no immediate danger
mhm,
because that's mate in one. Oh, I meant immediate danger for black at least.
mhm,
No, it's very dangerous for white.
yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
This is a possible
Okay.
line. And I'm curious whether queen b8 was the top decision.
Mm-hmm. Queen b8. But shall we come back to this game? And now we see 43 minutes versus 1 hour to Radjabov there.
Hmm.
And then if you would like to choose another game to take a squiz at.
Yeah, let's have a look at the other games. I
Okay.
think, like in terms of like making a certain conclusion for this position, I believe
Mhm.
Black is about to win the game.
Okay.
But they have to be precise and that they have to be very, very quick.
Mm. So we're gonna keep a close eye. I'll keep
Yeah, yeah,
one eye that way. Yeah.
that's a good
So shall
idea.
we take a look at Duda versus Firouzja? I think the last move was played now.
Yeah, let's move
And
on to Duda against Firouzja.
Firouzja is being ruthless with king safety in the last couple of rounds, but we love to see it.
All right, yeah. So just to mention, we're switching to Duda against Firouzja.
Mhm.
You mean he's been ruthless to his own king, right?
His own king, yes, is what I meant. So
Yeah.
there we have the
No,
game.
I believe it is the analyze. This is the current position.
Yes. Yeah, I looked back and I
Wow.
was like, the pawn is not there. We can go back a few moves to sort of catch up to see what happened. Um,
Oh my.
I think the last thing we
Oh
saw was
my.
bishop to c4.
Is it
Yeah,
really?
that's what happened. It seems.
Like, is he kidding us?
This is your tactic. This is
No,
what
no, no.
you saw.
Pardon me. I can't believe my eyes. I refuse to. I refuse to believe it.
So you think he just made a minor blunder there with the exchange?
Phew. Like, I have no words at all. Like, is it true that he like I saw this was a very like Patzer like pattern to win an exchange.
May the record reflect that Daniil just called Firouzja a patzer.
No, no, no. I did
I'm
not
just kidding.
imply that.
Okay, no, no, no. I'm just making
No,
fun.
but I mean, I'm not the one who can blame Firouzja, but by all means, playing 250 games is like a very clear lack of professionalism.
Hmm.
Like, despite the fact that he's like a great chess player and already overcame Magnus' record in terms of like rating slash age, but
Mm,
well, you have to like you have to work out your on your duty till the very end. Like
that's true.
if the tournament is not going well for you, you shouldn't give up and do some crazy things.
Mm. No, I definitely agree with that. So the crazy thing here was just probably underestimating this bishop c5 move. And now in the current position, we see that bishop takes f4
Hmm.
and will probably be led by queen takes b2,
Yeah, that's the safest
since there's
way.
no danger on the second rank at all. And even after like bishop e3, I think just king h1 is fine.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a good plan. I agree. Queen b2, then king h1, and then probably even doubling on the g file.
Mm-hmm.
No, 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 but still, somehow I refuse to accept it. The fact that
You
Firouzja just
refuse to accept like it didn't happen.
stuff like it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Maybe it was some sort of idea, playing queen e7 and luring the bishop to take on a faith.
So that there's opposite color bishops, but exchange.
Then I would call him a genius if he wins the game.
Yeah.
But it looks very, very ambiguous to say the least.
Mm. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. But
Probably I'm wondering whether there has been a problem where to go with the queen. So if he tried out queen b8, it might fail to f4, and then black's bishop has like a shortage of squares.
Mm.
So he has to play bishop c7, then e5. Well, the game goes on, but somehow it looks a bit dangerous for black.
Mm.
Also, there is some sort of bishop d4 moves. I don't know, maybe queen b8 was better. But rook d1, queen e7.
So instead of giving up that sort of space and succumbing to this like very cramped position, he gave up the exchange, hoping to get that space back and
Mhm,
somehow find some tactical resources later on.
mhm.
Looks like
I'm very curious what does the evaluation bar say about the game.
+2.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. It says
What's winning
roundabout
for?
+2 after bishop takes f4, but I think even before.
Was queen e7 like a crucial mistake in the game?
Was? Could you repeat?
Like if queen e7 was a bad move?
Yeah, it was equal, and queen b8 was suggested instead
Yeah,
of
so
queen
I
e7.
believe that was analysis. So
Yeah.
well, as you told,
And then even the last move that was made, somehow, I want to see why this is okay. Can you not take queen b? So bishop d4 check was suggested in the last move instead of
take
somehow.
g3, g5, take and bishop d4.
Yeah,
Oh my!
bishop d4
But that move
somehow,
can
and
be easily
then
out of the vision.
yeah, like you wouldn't even think,
Yeah.
now rook takes queen b6, like it's odd.
Yeah, it looks a bit odd. I don't know.
Mm.
Like rook d1. Yeah, probably the white's queen is a bit like
And then
overloaded.
maybe you queen, yeah, maybe you just promote and then like distract
Yeah, yeah.
pieces or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I believe first you start with rook d8 because of b1 queen,
Mm.
then you just take with the queen. So, but
Yes.
if rook d8, I'm failing to see like a good way how to protect everything.
Hmm.
Like I believe still white is better, but it might be a long game further.
Hmm.
So bishop f4 is taken.
And queen b2 was played.
Queen b2. Yeah, I believe queen b2 was fine.
I think it'll be a hard fight. But on that same topic of hyperbullet, what is your favorite time control?
Well, like the favorite time control is a very mm, is a very like flexible meaning for me, and it only depends on the recent results. Like
Okay.
currently, I do like classical chess. Like I would sound a bit boring, but I like classical chess.
And do you like playing a lot of Blitz online as well?
Not much. So I would rather practice like normal blitz, like over the
Mhm.
board, than playing a lot of online blitz.
And when it comes to an important tournament, how would you usually prepare? Do you attend like chess camps? Do you have people working with you, so a second or a coach? Like, how would you train?
Yeah, normally I've been a second of my like a bit stronger friends like Alexeyenko and Fedoseev,
Mhm.
but like recently I've also asked Fedoseev to like to to make a company, like to I mean n- to to be my second for a tournament in Slovenia. It was European Individual Chess Championship,
Okay.
so he was not willing to play, and that's why I've asked him to help me to second me during the tournament. So yeah, and I believe like the there has been some kind of impact of his prep. So I've got a very good position
Mhm.
after the openings, I've played quite convincingly before around 10 and 11.
It's
So yeah,
amazing.
I
Okay.
unfortunately I lost a couple of games and didn't qualify to the World Cup while
Mm. Oh,
having
I'm
placed
sorry.
placed probably fifth or sixth after 9 rounds.
Oh
But
my
yeah,
goodness.
but then it's chess. I mean, like it's okay, especially according to the fact I had an allergy that
Mm.
time. Like normally during the spring, when the flowers are blooming, I don't feel
Mm.
well. So I
Oh,
have this pollen allergy, and
allergy, change of season, and that sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Mm. Hay fever is the worst.
hmm Like for me, the worst are we like in Russia. There's been the birch tree, I believe
Oh,
almond, and probably plums or something like that.
that you're allergic to?
Pardon?
That you enjoy, or?
No, that's the plants I have the most severe allergy for.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
But I like
And
almonds and
spring,
I
yeah.
like plums, but when they're blooming, I don't feel well.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I
that's
think
all
we need
right.
to just kill all the trees in the world then.
No, no, no. I'm not that strict.
Yeah. So yeah, during the break, I did a little bit of research on you because I felt like you had done some research on me, and it was only fair to do that. And it looks like your birthday's in February. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. So it just
Yeah.
coincides your surname. Yeah, that's a bit hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're more or
And
less the
I
same
think I
age.
think we're the same age
Yeah,
as well. I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And yours is in January, I believe. You're a bit.
Yes, my birthday's on the 28th of January.
Mhm.
Yeah. Wow. Goodness. The more you learn. I actually thought that you were like slightly older than me for some reason. It was, with wisdom, I thought, with age comes wisdom, but you got the wisdom without the age. So there you
No, like
go.
some people are lacking wisdom with age. Like in my
Sorry.
game, some people are lacking wisdom even with age. So maybe that's
No,
my
that is
case.
not at all true. No, the way you speak and like what you're speaking about and your knowledge about chess in general, and I know that in terms of like story time and sharing what you know, I'm definitely going to be learning a thing or two. So
Well,
this is great.
thanks, thanks. I feel flattered.
Yeah. Yeah. So back to the chess and hopefully so maybe it's not good to talk about the weakness of the allergies because now all your opponents will know your weakness and bring these things to the game. They'll just put it next to the table and be
No, but they
like,
have
how
to
are you gonna
bloom.
do
They have to
it?
bloom, otherwise
They need to bloom.
it won't cause any sort of damage to me if they're not blooming.
Oh, okay. So they need to bring a pot plant, like a plant in a yeah.
Well, I'll ask for some extra security check.
Yeah, definitely.
And what kind of trees, what kind of plants you have in South Africa? I believe like the climate in South Africa is more or less similar to the Spanish one. Like
Yeah.
it's a very mild subtropical climate.
Yeah, tropical and that sort of thing. So in my garden, I have an array of like shrubs, bushes, and I even have two palm trees like in my garden, which is
Well,
awesome. Yeah, I know they're very very tall, and when we moved in, they were already here,
mhm.
and it was like one of my favorite things about it. And yeah, we're definitely an array of plants. Like I'm not a botanist or anything. I don't know too much about the popular trees and these things. I know like the acacia tree and uh, whimpering willow. It's one of my favorites. But yeah, okay.
I might guess you have a lot of grapefruits and oranges.
Yes, the citrus, very rich in citrus. Yeah, I love oranges. I'm having like lately, I'm having maybe two a day.
Well,
Yeah,
like
which isn't good in terms of sugar, but
like
still.
personally, grapefruit is my favorite fruit for some
You like
reason. Yeah, yeah.
grapefruit,
I
but
like
it's so bitter.
yeah, I like this bitter aftertaste. Somehow it's my favorite one. So,
Aftertaste, it's bitter throughout for me. Like
well,
before taste, during
and
taste, after
foretaste during and
taste.
aftertaste. Like still, it's not bitter at all. So it's
Oh, okay.
semi-sweet, semi-bitter, I would say so.
Hmm. Maybe if you're eating it a lot, then makes
Yeah,
sense.
I love them. I love them. I love the
Mm.
grapefruit juice. Like,
Grapefruit juice as well. But it's very healthy, so that's one
hmm
thing. Yeah, good for the skin.
I'll
So
note it.
what are? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I will note it that it's good for the skin.
Yes.
So when I'll face the process of aging, I'll be eating grapefruits like all day long.
That's true, and then you'll look younger than all of us. So I need to catch up. Maybe I'll start eating grapefruit as well. Yeah, no, that's a real pity that you won't be at the Olympiad this year, and otherwise you would have played for Team Spain.
No, I thought it would be my first occasion for
Hmm.
representing the national team, but like I can't say it's been sort of misfortune. So like starting right away from the India, it would be a very big test because I'm not very familiar with Indian food, especially with the spicy one.
You don't like
And
spicy food?
no, I like, but
Yeah.
like I like to try things out, but like all the whole cuisine, Indian cuisine, only like consists of the spicy food, I believe.
Yeah, and you're more likely to feel that sort of need to play when it comes to countries in Europe, like Hungary. I think it's in 2024.
Hmm. Yeah, so I
Mm.
hope I'll be selected for the national team in the very next tournament after the Olympiad. And well, I'll try to earn this right in Spanish National Championship, which will start on 10th of August.
Oh,
So I think its cross is just it's in exactly in the same time where the Olympiad when the Olympiad
okay.
will be.
So you'll be busy anyway.
Yeah, I'll be busy, so I don't mind.
Yeah. Darn it! I can't ask you to be my second at the Olympiad.
Well,
Yeah. But I
I,
have to mention something. Something incredible happened in the
yes,
Ding Radjabov game.
please go ahead.
I don't want to spoil it. I want you to open the game so
Yeah, all
when
right,
our
we're
when
moving
our
on
team is
to
ready to change back. I
mhm,
hope that's okay.
yeah, Ding against Radjabov.
Hmm. So instead of bishop c1, queen c1 was played.
Oh my,
Yeah, not sure
Queen C1.
what that means. Yeah, queen
Yeah,
c1 was played.
as we mentioned, White was lacking moves. They had a
Mhm.
shortage of moves, so it's not been clear like how to move in this position. Like G4 looks a bit odd, a bit sharp,
Mhm.
especially with the king on F2. But otherwise, I don't know how to pull out the rook from H1. Like all the time when you pull it out to E1 or B1, let's say, it will be faced with bishop C5 and queen H2 ideas. And instead, like I'm pretty sure Ding was not ready to allow it. Play queen C1 and like it turned out badly for him with rook takes E3. I believe rook E3 is a very strong move, a very rigid decision, like luring the king to take on E3, then bishop C5 check. Like knight G4 is the only valid option. Knight king D3 shouldn't be considered because of bishop F5. And like you don't even have to calculate the line, you just go for it
You
and
just
you see,
know.
yeah, you just know it's lost.
Yeah.
If knight D4, let's find the way how Radjabov can win the game. Yeah, I believe queen E5 anyway works. Like queen E5 and we're Well, it turned out in a complete disaster for Ding. Like a quick tragedy.
Wow. Yeah, because king f2, and what happens? Like
Yeah, you take on d4.
yeah.
It's like you're winning material back. If rook takes d4, you're even pawn up and you're attacking.
And if
So,
king f1?
so
It's
basically it's
probably
lost.
a silly question, but maybe rook b2, I don't know.
Well, I believe rook b2 is a valid move, indeed.
Or maybe no.
Maybe it's
I don't know, that looks wrong.
yeah, maybe it's even like the most rigged. Like the only thing is bothering me is rook takes g4. Otherwise, black is just winning.
I see, okay.
I would prefer, like, it's up to me. I would prefer knight h5.
Oh, that looks unstoppable. It doesn't have to be a forcing move, I suppose. Yeah.
And I may expect Ding just resigning after rook e3, to be honest.
e3. Yeah, I mean, his thinking time has gone up to 12 minutes. He now has 32 minutes on the clock versus Radjabov's 53 minutes.
Mhm.
So it is a matter of time to see what Ding Liren ends up doing.
Yeah, but you know, like this, it feels just, it looks insane. It looks insanely, I don't know, I can even find an appropriate word for it. Like after 3 consecutive wins, like if we cool down and just realize what has happened in this particular game. So Radjabov came up with an interesting opening decision. It looks quite controversial, but probably computer says it's all right for black. It's all fine. c5, bishop takes c6. Maybe he shouldn't have taken on a6. Like, I don't know what was wrong with Castle. Like, did he really mind taking on h4, h2, knight g4, king g3?
I wonder what the eval of that position is in the case of bishop takes.
So
Okay.
does it work, this bishop h2 sack?
Not doesn't look like it, because after king takes, knight g4 check, king g3, and then in the case of like queen g5 or queen d6, yeah, I'm not sure, maybe queen d6 is better. And then
f4.
Yeah, knight f4 actually. Knight f4, knight f6 is suggested after g5. Oh, after g5, bishop takes
h7.
h7, yes.
Yeah, that looks winning,
G7.
indeed.
And then rook h1.
Like, white is a piece up, they have better development.
Yeah,
Right.
that is complicated.
So I would rather opt for castle instead of taking on e6, so it can easily be that he just underestimated the potential of black's position with the pair of bishops. So he's taken on a6, taken on c5, b4, bishop d6. Yeah, then a5, a6 was a brilliant decision by Radjabov, just opening up the position. Rook takes a6, rook d1, rook b6. Like, was it the right time to play castle instead of rook d2? I believe rook d2 wasn't the best decision.
Are you referring to rook takes e3?
No, I'm referring to the moment on move 18, rook d2. Because after rook d2, according to the response, like black's reply, queen c8, now it turns out that castle is very dangerous. It can be a dangerous move. Very
Yeah,
risky.
castles was
Bishop h3, I believe.
better than rook d2, it seems. So after rook b6, castles, queen c8.
Yeah, castle and still rook,
Rook
rook
d2.
queen c8, right?
Okay, so I just wanted to play rook d2 first to try and defend on b2, it seems.
So is
And
it
then
more or
after.
less the same?
No, so after rook d2, it went minus 1.5.
And after castle, I believe
And
it's like
if
slightly
castles,
better for black.
it's like equal, I think. If anything, it's like a slight advantage for black.
Yeah, just an awful game for Ding. King c8.
And it's not like he did anything seriously wrong either. It's not like he blundered and then. But I suppose it was just like these small inaccuracies, at least according to my eye. Maybe for you it's a little different. You're like, this is the moment.
Well, I suspect, like, and in this very position of rook b6, it was a crucial moment in the game, and he
Okay.
had to, like, put his king in the into the safety. So castle would be a better decision in comparison to rook d2. But while he played rook d2 and faced queen c8, now it turned out that castle is no more possible, and he has to suffer with the king in the center. We've got a little update in this game. King f2, queen b8, queen c1, then mind-blowing rook e3
Knight,
game, knight b1.
yeah. Knight d1 was played. Huh.
Like maybe the one of the last attempts to.
What would you do in this position here for black?
Well, I believe black has a plenty of options. One of them is to play rook eb3, like the simplest one. But probably after rook b3 you have knight d4. So it's not like super clear. Maybe we can simply retreat to e8 or e6. Like almost every almost every move wins for black. I believe in terms of the evaluation, rook e8, rook e7, rook e6 are all more or less the same. So it's
Okay.
yeah, it looks awful for white. Like their only chance, speaking of chances, is to take on f6 and play knight d4 and try to create some sort of like perpetual check threats. It's like if rook goes to e8, we can take on f6, g takes f6, and we need to activate the queen as soon as possible. Yeah, but I'm failing to do so.
Yeah, there's no even intermediate check to bring the
Mhm.
queen in.
I mean, like this position is absolutely inconcrete because it's just lost for white in any line.
Yeah, but the direct approach is like so unsure. Do you even take it? Can you take on e2?
Yeah, like it would be a very direct approach. I agree, but I believe it's not like necessary. But rook e2 is a very risky decision as well because if rook e2, then you have a. I thought you have a check on g3, and like if you have to play king g1, because if king f1, then you would get a nasty. You would pin nasty
Yeah,
way. Bishop b5, and yeah, this rook.
and probably just it's impossible to move the rook.
Yeah, probably you'll play king g1, but still the position remains lost.
Yeah. So king g1, and do you play bishop to b5 anyway?
Not necessarily. I can make some sort of silent move like knight h5, putting the knight on f4, and I believe the game is over.
Okay.
Like knight h5, you can be sneaky playing queen c3,
Yeah.
preventing knight f4. Like, and even there, I can play rook g6 or make any other kind of move. Like rook g6 is super solid, then knight goes to f4 and the game is over.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly difficult. I mean, players are under pressure, and I know that Ding definitely is. I mean, it's the first time, I think it's the first time in the tournament that he's like on second place. I might be very, very wrong. But maybe he felt like pressure to sort of stay there and know that he just has to keep it solid, and suddenly it's not the case.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's how like the rivals of Jan Nepomnyashchy are becoming hostages of the current standings.
Hostages.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like literally.
There's 2 games remaining. Yeah, it would take Jan to lose both games to lose his first place right now, because then if Ding loses this game, he'll be on 6.5. Nepo will be on 8.5. And one more draw, and he completely just wins the tournament. He doesn't even have to play the last round. Yeah.
Like
I don't
before the
know.
game, the gap was 1.5 points, right?
Yeah. It was 1.5, and now it's 2. Well, I mean, it was 1.5 between Ding and
And Jan.
Nepo. Yeah, but now it's like 2 points between Hikaru and, well, Hikaru and Ding would be on equal score.
But like the gap is only increasing, like the
Mm.
game by game. He had 1 point. He had half-point gap against Caruana after round 7 when he had 5 out of 7. Caruana was 5 out of 7. Then
Yeah.
just a couple of rounds later, he had 1 point gap against Caruana. Then I believe
Mm.
Caruana lost and he made a quick draw against Ding himself, and the gap was 1.5 point. Then today he made another draw and the gap is only increasing. So it's that's funny.
Yeah, it would be funny if Fabi were to win his game and suddenly, second, third, and fourth are all on 6.5.
Hmm.
Yeah, Raja would be on 6 if he wins.
Yeah. So Radjabov will
So
bounce back.
everyone is just catching up.
By all means, he was -2 just a few games ago, and after winning against Hikaru, he's like almost winning against. He's winning against Ding, so most likely he will return to 50% score.
Yeah, it just comes to show you how strong all of the candidates are, and it's no easy game. It's really no easy game. Oh, a move was played.
Rook
I
e8.
think rook. Yeah.
Oh, he opted for a safer option. And there is no necessity to hurry up, there is no necessity to make the things being messy. So you just play rook
He just
e8.
wants to make sure that he's making the right decision here. That makes sense.
Like, it's not easy for white to make a move. They can play bishop g4, but they should take into account the possibility of rook b1 or even rook b3, just attacking the a3 pawn. Yeah, that's a very easy position for black. And
So bishop d4.
I believe we should move on to another game.
Yeah, I was going to suggest we take a look at Rapport versus Caruana. I don't think it's gotten too much of our attention this round. How are your energy levels looking? Do you drink coffee at all?
Well, not much to be honest. So I rather prefer tea over coffee. But
Fair enough.
yeah, like I need to recharge my piles as soon as possible. So obviously this tournament, I think it's even more exhausting to make commentary. I don't say less exciting, but more exhausting because, like, I believe if I would play that sort of tournament, I would spend less energy.
Oh, you think that
Hmm.
commentating is more energy than the playing, at least? Because, I mean, with the commentating, you're speaking and you're thinking.
Hmm.
If you're playing, you are just playing. You don't have to
Yeah,
speak. Yeah. No, I understand. Right. So
yeah, I find it a bit hard to
we're
like
going
if
to.
the tournament
Mhm.
would last even longer, and if we have potential tie breaks.
Mhm.
Like I don't know what I should do to recharge my piles like quickly.
Well, maybe coffee will become your new best friend. Or something else with caffeine, like an energy
Hmm.
drink, Red Bull, or something. Yeah.
Well, is it a promo of Red Bull? Just to know.
Oh my goodness gracious. I'm so sorry. No, it's not. No.
No, I'm
I take
kidding.
it back.
All right.
Monster Energy. Um, okay, I don't think that's the current position, so perhaps we can refresh and see where things have gone.
We've got pretty much changed. King b8, g3, just preparing f2, f4 move. Castle, queen f7, f4. Pawn takes, bishop takes. And this is the current position. So just to explain why the bishop captured the pawn on f4, because if pawn takes on f4, there is a very common idea in that sort of structures with f6, f5, and now the f4 pawn becomes a weakness. Otherwise, if you allow me f4, f5, white will be much, much better. So f5 has to be played. So white took on f4, king a7, f5, queen h3, queen f6, king b1. Yeah, this position looks a little bit boring, I have to claim. Like bishop b2, bishop c3 plans looks quite good looking.
Mhm. And just to get some pressure on the diagonal as well.
Hmm. And white will try
Mhm.
to get use of the weakness on f5. So this pawn is like, for instance, f takes e4 is not an option due to bishop b8.
Mhm.
Like a very common pattern today, like the same what Alireza blundered in his game against Duda. If it was a blunder, I'm not entirely sure that queen e7 wasn't like hasn't been played on purpose. But bishop b8, mm, this is somewhat what we've seen in some lines in the game between Jan-Krzystof Duda and Alireza Firouzja. So
Oh, that's true.
yeah, it
Yeah.
means f takes e4 is not a good move at all. But I don't know how black should keep the tension in the center. Probably playing rook h f8, just extra protecting the pawn on f5.
Okay.
Still, there is some
But yeah,
tricks with bishop h6.
it's looking rather. I suppose the material is equal, and I thought we would see opposite side castling, but looks
Mhm.
like both have castle queenside. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like I can see that it looks pretty equal, but
Mm.
maybe it's slightly easier to play with white pieces because white has some direct threats connected with e takes f5, and they have a bishop over a knight, which is like normally a better piece in that sort of pawn structure with an open center.
Okay. So
So
shall we leave these games?
Well,
and take our second break of the day.
not a bad idea at all. I tend to agree.
Yeah. But you have to promise, Daniel, no getting caught with the early siesta. You have to wait until
No,
all the
no, no,
games are
no. I
finished.
will not. Yeah,
Okay,
I'll be there.
brilliant. I will see
I'll
you
be there.
after the break. All right, and we are back after the break, and we see that I don't think nothing really has changed other than the valuation of the Duda Firouzja game. But here we have in front of us Ding Liren versus Teimour. Um, yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so Queen A1. I'm not sure if it was necessary, but it feels like white position is just destroyed. But I'm still curious how like what is what is the move that Radjabov will opt for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, off the top of my head, there's just like nothing I can see unless I scroll down and look at the eval. So, what are your thoughts?
Well, I wonder that the evaluation is just disastrous for white, but practically speaking, still some slight chances to catch up with some sort of a chance. Bishop f4 is somewhat I
Mm-hmm.
like uh like forcing to take on f4. Otherwise, bishop e3 would be a very unpleasant check. And if knight f4, then queen f4, and also like knight g4 is hanging, so it is just winning for black. Even after rook d4, like black has plenty of options. Rook c2 maybe is the easiest one. But if white take on f6, I'm just curious whether there is a tiny chance to fight back.
And then taking on g7
hmm
or.
Yeah, like the rule says that if you have a bad position, at least you have to be greedy, just taking more material.
Just throw in the kitchen sink because you have nothing
Yep.
left to lose. Yeah.
Good point.
Okay.
Nice comparison.
Yes. So then, but then, would you just play like Queen B6 then? I don't know. Because if the king ever goes back, oh, everything was red.
Yeah, indeed. It's like king g3 is the only valid option due to rook
Hmm.
d1 threat, as you mentioned. So king
Mm.
g3 has to be played.
Was there something better than Queen B6? Probably.
I don't know. Even queen b6 is not a bad idea at all. I
Mm.
mean, you can try out queen e3, some queen g6. Yeah, let's find a precise way to win the game with black. But somehow I believe after bishop f4, white will resign. That was my prediction like 5 moves
Yeah.
before, but still Dinkus. No, he resigned.
Mm. He did
0-1
resign
is on
right
the
now.
score sheet.
Yeah.
Great win by Radjabov.
Congratulations.
So he bounced back from -2. Now he leveled the score. He leveled up the score.
Mhm.
He's in the 50% group right now and doing like being a very tough nut to crack in this tournament because both games against Jan Nepomnyashchy ended in a draws, and he only lost once to Fabi and Hikaru, but then he bounced back with Hikaru and won against Daniil Liren. Yeah, so can we claim that? Can we make a statement that Radjabov is somehow helping out Nepomnyashchy to win the tournament?
Oh wow, that is a brave statement, but yeah, I
Like
guess so. Yeah.
being a Robin Hood, he's not really fighting for the top places, but Dink was on the streak and he calmed him down. He cooled him down. All right, we've got 2 games already ended, and like I'm looking at the evaluation bar. I'm not quite convinced whether it's the most precise evaluation.
Mhm.
But yeah, let's take a look at Duda game against Alireza because
Yeah.
like I'm still I'm still full of doubts whether queen e7 was played like consciously, like whether he sacrificed an exchange on purpose.
Okay. Is like a small part of you saying that he played it by accident and just blundered?
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the eval was showing huge favor to Duda and now somehow equal, but as we can see on the material on the board here, it is black to move, but
Hmm.
white is still an exchange up for a
Yeah.
pawn.
Yeah, we're talking
Okay.
about Duda game against Alirez, and we are about to switch the board.
Mhm.
All right, so this is the current position. Still Firouzja is exchanged down and like a bit lacking of compensation, but it won't be an easy task to break through due to opposite color bishops. The very good square on e5 for the black bishop, and potentially black's plan is to put their knight on g6, then on g7. It won't be easy. Once again, queen e7 was played after bishop c5, queen c7. Hmm, that made me feel puzzled a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I
Rook
was recommended
g3,
there.
protecting the g3 square. Queen
Mm-hmm.
e7, rook f2 was an idea of making a check, potentially.
Yeah.
Queen, bishop e5, and queen e2, and now defining where the knight will move to. Like, according to the plan that I've suggested, was putting the knight on g6 and playing knight f4 at once. Mm, I highly doubt that it could be a considerable option because we can take on f4, bishop takes f4, and make a check on g4.
Hmm.
But like maybe I'm still a bit wrong because you have bishop g5. I thought h4 wins the piece, but you have queen
Doesn't
c5
it?
there.
Oh, that's check.
Still, the
Oh,
position is
right.
far
Okay.
from clear because you have king h1.
Hmm.
Let's presume.
Yeah, I was so
And
confused. Like, what was the difference between knight f6 and knight f4? And
mhm,
perhaps Firouzja was afraid of this. Knight f4 and then the check eventually. So knight f6 somehow was indicated to be worse and somehow just became like +2 in white's favor. I'm not sure.
after knight f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight f4 brings me some sort of curiosity after rook f4, bishop f4, queen g4. Yeah, let's claim bishop g5 is the only move because if, yeah, like if queen g5, then we just trade on g5 and pin rook g3 and with h4 followed up with white is a piece up. Therefore, bishop g5 needs to be played at once. h4, queen c5, king h1. And I'm failing to see how black protect the bishop on g5. Like the point being that the queen c4 fails to the force checkmate, and then rook g3 is coming.
Oh, right. Okay.
And like black cannot really get use of the like vulnerability of bishop on c4 because like their king is so exposed, and queen g5 comes with the tempo. So
Yeah.
like if you play h6, then white still can take with the pawn, and you can take on c4 due to g takes c6 and mate on g7. Like knight f4, probably it would be a good idea unless rook f4 is working.
Yeah, I looked at it now. It looks like bishop f4, queen g4, bishop g5, h4,
Rook move.
and then king
King
h8. Yeah. And then if pawn takes queen
If
c5,
queen takes,
then
there is rook g8. That's the point.
yes.
Yeah, that's tricky. And
No, it's not easy to see. I did not see that.
well, for a level of player of a level like Firouzja, king h8
And maybe with a little more time
might
as well.
might be a very, like, he has to find it effortlessly. Like king h8 is not a like huge move. It's just a normal. So first of all, like you go for it. You see this position after h4. You are aware of queen c5, king h1, which is winning for white, and then you try to mm, like to find out an appropriate way how to protect the king, like keeping queen c5 threat being alive, like king h8. Yeah. And if pawn takes in queen c5, it's not a tough line. I believe knight f4 was better. At least it was principled. And if you have a feeling that the line is crucial, you have to put more focus on. But knight f6 is a bit odd. Because still knight remains to be a very, like, shaky piece. And like rook g2 is a move, king h8. I think, yeah, it was on the board. Rook g, yeah, king h1, rook h8, rook g2. Basically, it's the same as rook g2 first, king h8, rook king h1.
Okay. And now I wonder what we can expect from black in this position.
Rook
Perhaps.
b8 would be a very logical option to
Yeah.
activate the rook.
Okay, just taking over open file.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be a good idea for black to trade a pair of rooks here?
I doubt it a bit because, like, the king is very vulnerable. Well, it all depends on the concrete
Yeah, because I was looking at
position.
if rook b8
Mm-hmm.
and black manages to get rook b1 at some stage, either rook d1 is going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
where black could take and then take on a3,
Yeah,
or
rook
rook
b8 is.
g1 could happen, in which case the rook can just take on g1, king takes, and queen c5. So it's one
Mm-hmm.
of these. But even so, I think it's not possible to take on c4 because of rook d8, so maybe not.
Maybe it's not easy to trade the rooks at once. Like rook g8 is still probably possible move, because if you trade on d5, then you have to keep an eye on f7 pawn. So it's like probably by force it doesn't work. But if rook g8, then like rook g8 like makes sense for sure. Rook g8 would be a very, like, a fine option.
Yeah.
And I don't know what should play there. Like, they shouldn't decline the trade, obviously, but maybe they can trade on their own terms. It's like not voluntarily taken on g8. Like maybe starting with rook b3 or rook d1. I don't know. It's very complex position. Rook b8 was played instead.
Oh, rook b8 was played, okay. My board hadn't updated. Okay, so rook b8 has been played. And let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, the evaluation did go from like 0 to hero here for Duda. I'm just going to take a quick peek if anything exciting has happened in the other game.
Mhm.
just to avoid. Well, I can tell you one thing: Rapport is down to 20 minutes, and Caruana has 14 minutes, and they're only on move. What move are they on now?
Mm,
29.
yeah, I think they've
They're on
already
move
made.
29. So they still have another 10 moves to make. And it's tough because I know that players do not have increment until move 60.
Yeah, they have to
And
keep in mind.
yeah, there's so many instances where players got into time trouble. And I think you're just automatically, like in your brain, you're sort of hardwired to think, okay, I'm getting increment, it's fine. But you're not. And you're having
Mm-hmm.
to just sort of blitz it out, which is tough. But I'm
True.
assuming here, if you're getting increment on move 60,
Yep.
what happens if you go below 5 minutes? You just stop notating.
No,
Then you get
I believe everybody keeps notating till the very end of the time stage.
okay. Because I know if you don't have increment and you're below 5 minutes, like it's not mandatory to notate, but then you're going back to like 30-second increment and then
Mm-hmm.
suddenly you have to notate again. So I don't know how it works. That's actually something I haven't thought about.
Yeah, this time control is a bit old in my point of view.
Yeah.
So it's like
Let's see.
I don't see any sort of like certain like difference between that time control and like 130 plus or the 140 plus 30 seconds increment per move, because basically
Mm.
it's just the same as 2 hours without any increment till for 40 moves. Like if we sum up like 140 plus like 40 moves multiplied by a half, it will be 140 plus 20 equals 2. So mathematically
Mm.
speaking, it's just the same, but like this time control without any increment just um, brings the players an extra feeling of anxiety, if I can say so, because you have to be focused not only on chess but on the time on the clock.
That's very, very true. And they say that time is also a piece on the board. So
Yeah,
yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, now we see Duda is 15 minutes versus Firouzja's 16. How many moves have they made? 31. It's also in a very similar situation, 9 moves to go, and bishop to a2 was played.
I'm not
Um,
like quite
yeah,
convinced whether bishop e2 was the the top decision,
yeah,
because normally white shouldn't hesitate of rook b1. Like again, regarding the question of like in whose favor the trade of rooks will be. I don't know. I have no clue. Maybe I would try to double on g file somehow. Maybe it was rook d1 right away. But then queen e3, pardon me. So there is queen e3, and no, probably even black is better. We need to double, but how we double, I'm not sure yet. Bishop a2 is still a move.
yeah, bishop a2 just stopping rook b1, I guess. And yeah, we see that players are playing it safe, but still maintaining that advantage. Like we saw Raja playing rook e8 instead of capturing on e2. It's playing it safe, but still keeping that. I think it was +6 at the time, and here +2 for Duda. And both down to 15 minutes now,
Mhm.
with Firouzja's 4 minutes of thinking time. He's just considering how to go forward here. What would you play for white, by the way? I mean for black. It's black to move.
After bishop a2, that's a good question.
Yeah.
So we cannot really get use of the open file, and like the first thing that crosses my mind is rook b2.
Okay. Rook b2. Okay. I see. And after, let's see, rook b2.
I see a beautiful tactical
Yeah.
threat for white, yeah.
Okay.
So I play rook d2. You
Uh-huh.
take on d2, I take with the queen,
Mm.
and after knight e4, I presume there is bishop takes f7 move.
Oh, wow.
It would be a very nasty move, but there is
Oh,
knight g3, probably a
I was looking
refutation.
at that, but don't you just take it?
But then bishop takes g3.
And then queen to d. Ah, I see.
Yeah, so you just retreat the bishop and the line is over, black is fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
There's not even
how?
queen b2. I was looking at the same diagonal, I guess, but it's not.
Hmm?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Like rook
That's
b2
sad.
looks quite tempting. You just attack the
Yeah.
queen, but like white can respond normally playing queen f3. Still, I'm a bit curious whether rook d2, at least it looks provocative after knight e4.
Yeah. Oh, wow. No, it definitely looks interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So still, you can try out some sort of queen e3 move.
Mm.
Like the king, black's king looks quite exposed, and all the time bishop f7 can be the threat. So in that regard, you can probably it's better to play knight d6 instead of knight f6 because as what was mentioned above, that knight f6 may fail to bishop f7 idea, and you cannot really take on
Mm.
f7 because of queen e5,
Yeah.
and this is like almost winning position.
Maybe it's something to play when you have like 2 minutes on the clock. Oh,
Mhm.
that's much better. Yeah.
Like in a time trouble situation after rook b2, I would try out. Mm, I would try rook d2 just to make your opponent being more concerned and to bring some mm, unexpected move on the board.
Yeah.
Rook b2 looks quite natural, but still like rook b2, while we haven't reached a certain conclusion about the rook trait, like who's really aiming for the rook trait.
Yeah, so rook b2 was played and then queen f1, I think, was the counter.
Already,
Yes, I
well,
think so. Yeah.
oh well, you receive the updates even faster than the platform is.
That's strange. Yeah.
You have a more like a speedier internet probably.
I don't know about the internet. Maybe it's just I'm looking at the games directly online, I guess.
Wow, I had a guess whether it's a bit related to the electricity being given a couple of hours ago.
Oh
Like
my goodness.
it sped up in the internet
Yeah,
connection.
so after it took a 2 hour break, it just woke up and was like, okay, I'm ready to go. Yeah, maybe
Probably,
that is
yeah,
the
the
case.
electricity also has some sort of siesta.
Yeah,
I'm
undoubtedly.
barely, like I've almost took a little nap during the break, so I barely,
Oh
yeah,
no.
yeah. So I'm like, now right now I'm breaking the holy law of siesta time. Well,
Mhm.
it's no more siesta now, but still, like my body refuses to live the way how I'm living last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
All right, so if rook b2, queen f1 was played,
Queen
mm,
f1, and now Firouzja's down to 9 minutes.
mhm. Oops, pardon me. Was it really rook b2 or not knight e8? Because somehow I
It
received an
was.
update that was knight e8.
Oh, that's strange. Maybe I was wrong. Yes, I was looking at the. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
But knight
I was looking at the analysis.
no,
Apologies.
but rook b2 yeah has a clear sense, while knight e8 is somewhat
Okay, so he was thinking and two moves were not made really quickly. Okay,
mhm.
98. You see, I was just checking if you were awake.
Really.
No.
No, I'm still awake.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
No matter
So
how
98.
painful it would be for me at that
Oh
time.
no. Sounds like agony.
Yeah, the last breath.
Oh no.
Queen
Okay,
e3
so yeah,
was
23.
is the response by Duda. Well, a
Oh, right.
fair point.
Now I think your internet is faster than mine.
Like, what was the purpose of knight e8? Is he willing to place the knight on
Maybe reposition?
g7?
Okay.
After knight g7, I suspect queen h6 to be played.
Yeah.
And like, despite not having any direct threats, I think it's so hard to make a single move. It's like you cannot really move the bishop because the knight is hanging. You cannot really move the knight because of like variety of threats. Like pawn moves on the king side are also like barely considerable. I like queen e3. Knight d6. That's the move.
Yeah, 96 is played. Hmm. So white. And how many moves they have left? I have 7 moves
7
left
moves left. Or
until
yeah,
they
8.
receive. Is it
hmm
20 minutes?
It is 1 hour.
They receive an extra hour.
Yeah.
Okay. No wonder you've had to be here for like 7 hours. It
hmm
makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
A
so
couple of
sorry.
days ago it was 7 and 15.
Okay,
I
and you
think
slept right until you had to start again.
yeah. Like I believe my longest game was in Gibraltar Masters 3 years ago. I played 7 hours 10 minutes against Yan Yi, Chinese Grandmaster.
Oh, I hope it was a positive result.
No, I made a draw. Unfortunately, I made a draw. I had a
That's
winning
good though.
position, but then I was a bit lucky
Okay.
to find some sort of bailout. And uh, afterwards, the pity was like the main problem was that I played against Rauf Mamedov, and the game lasted for 6.5 hours. So,
Ooh,
like in total, I spent 14 hours at the board in 2 consecutive games.
goodness me. As
Yeah,
long as it was just one game a day and not two.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's all about time control. So this is the longest possible time control ever.
that's true.
The
I
game could
wonder
last
why
even
they
longer.
away with. Have they always done away with increment since move 60? This is the first time.
After move 60, I believe no. I think they've done it before already.
Okay.
But like the whole concept of an absence of increment since the first move until move 40 looks a bit mm, I mean it's a bit strange
Hmm.
because
We're seeing. Yeah.
yeah I mean I want to tell that it's just the same as having 140 plus 30-second increment per each move till move 40, like mathematically it's just the same. So
Mhm.
I don't see any clear purpose of uh, putting an additional pressure on the players.
Okay. Yeah, that's true actually. So we're seeing a lot of trades in the other game. If you want to quickly take a look,
hmm
um, momentarily.
Yeah, Rapport against
Yeah,
Caruana.
the last few moves were insane.
Wow.
So while we're switching over, I would love to mention maybe we can go back a couple moves in that game just to see, because I think I came to a position where the pawn was on e7 for white, and I was like, what?
Oh
And
my.
yeah, I was so shocked, but then I easily saw straight after what would happen, just to get it back, because white was down a rook. There we go.
Rook f8 was played indeed.
Yeah.
And I believe we've suggested bishop h6 instead of rook f2, just to get rid of the rook on f-file and press on f5. Then rook f2, queen e7. Basically, bishop h6 is still a valid move. Bishop
Mm-hmm.
h6 is played. Then rook f6, queen h4. Yeah, that looks a bit mysterious to me. Well, I
When
presume.
h4 looks mysterious.
Well, I caught up an idea was taken on f5 at once, but then I realized that black can take with a pawn, having even a better pawn structure, and the pawn
Oh,
is
and the bishop will
untouchable.
have to
The bishop
move.
is hanging, yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, queen
Makes
h4
sense.
has clear sense. Rook g8, pawn takes g5. Wow, somewhat unexpected. You can easily blunder it.
And then after g5, ampersand, and hope your opponent doesn't know that you.
Yeah, there is no en passant. It would be a fortune
Yeah.
for white to have en passant with h pawn, but even with f pawn, it would be
Yes.
great.
Mm.
Wow, things getting very messy. Pawn
It
takes
is
rook
very
f2.
spicy.
Yeah, bishop g5. Oh my. Rook e5.
Yeah. Pieces flying left and right.
Hmm.
And somehow it's still equal. Like, I don't get it.
Well, the material is equal and the pawn structure is pretty much
Yeah,
symmetrical.
after all of that.
Yeah, queen e4 is played,
After all
and
of that.
yeah, I believe that the game won't last long.
Yeah, and they've reached. Okay, move 36 now. And
Yeah,
10
it
minutes
will be
for
pretty equal
Fabi.
till the very end. It will be a draw.
Mm.
Like no way it
It'll be
can.
peaceful.
Mhm. No way it can swing from one way to another. I barely imagine it.
Yeah.
All right, maybe let's take a more profound look at Duda against Firouzja because they've got quite an entertainment on the board.
Yeah. Sounds good. So we'll wait for Duda Firouzja. Here we go. I love how they were able to crop us next to each other, so it looks like we're in the same place.
Hmm.
I don't have a really cool chair like you, though. My chair is not as
Well,
comfortable looking. Okay, we're back to the other game.
you haven't seen my wallpaper like behind me.
Oh, you have wallpaper as well?
You would get excited.
Oh my goodness. Are they
Like
chess pieces?
no, they're like Roman columns, like
Oh,
the ancient ones.
I can't I can't picture this. I have to see it.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So queen f6 is played.
Mm, okay,
If
queen
I've been told to
f6.
explain every single move in this game, I would just refuse to do it.
By who?
Like, for example, like if I had a student and he went to me
Oh.
telling like,
Mm.
please explain me the essence of the game between Duda, explain me the gist, like the core of the game between Duda and Firouzja, and I would just say, please, yeah,
No.
yeah, don't ask me.
It's
Don't
too
bother me.
tiring.
Yeah,
Don't bother me.
yeah, I have
I'll just
siesta
tell you
time.
one thing.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, so Queen G6 was played. Natural, and I'm assuming Rook G2. Is there a chance of repetition here? So Rook G2, Queen F6, but I think Duda wants to win this game,
Hmm.
even so. But I mean, I think they're sitting. Let me look at the results right now.
Yep.
So
That's
Firouzja's on 4 points,
-3.
and yeah. Sorry, I'm yet to understand like the whole -3 +2 kind of like for me. It's just I've never used that, and then ever since I think it was last year when I started commentating for events like Grand Prix, I'm hearing things like -2, +3,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
these things, and I'm like, is that the evaluation? And then I would get the answer of no, it's the score, and I'd be like, what is going on? So yeah, -3.
Like basically, this is an evaluation of the chances winning the tournament, because let's imagine
Oh,
now Radjabov like leveled the score. He's like he was -1, then he scored a game, and now he's in 50% score. So he's zero, like literally.
0.
Like zero, it's like he's like he has some sort of balance. So
Okay.
you can reach that sort of balance, making a couple of draws or winning one and losing one.
So
And
it would be based on what is half in the tournament. So Firouzja would be -2.
yeah, yeah. So you don't take the draws into account. So if you win one game and lose four, you're consequently you're -3,
Oh,
and so on.
-3.
So it means Nepomnyashchy currently having +5, winning 5 games and losing zero. So actually, that's the difference between the games won and the games lost, unless there is all draws. If there is all draws, then it's zero. So the difference between zero and zero is zero.
I'm pretty sure that half of it I understand and half of it went over my head, but
No,
yes.
no, no.
And
Don't
then
don't don't underestimate yourself. It's pretty easy.
it's easy, yes. And then half a point more for Duda. So I'm wondering if players are just content with the draw, are still going for glory here. But thank you for explaining.
Well, yeah, never mind. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Well, I assume that your level of like self-irony is just way too high, and I'm pretty convinced you know all the things like +1, -1, etc. All this stuff.
You'd be surprised. I'd expect that of myself, but my mind is too occupied with things like what's for dinner, you know? Wait, was there a move made? Did I miss it? Oh, there were all these moves made. I don't know why my
Yeah, yeah,
computer didn't
they
update
just
it.
traded the
Okay.
queen, so he played rook
Okay.
g1. So they traded the queens, and then like is knight g3 is about to happen on the board, or some sort of, because white is too active, and black's king is quite exposed.
Yeah.
For example, I would even mm, presume rook b7 is an idea, like apart
Wow.
from rook e7, which is quite simpler,
Yeah.
m-
I wonder what
even more
now.
simpler. Like knight
So knight
g3,
g3
at least,
happened.
yeah, if you see the check, you make the check.
I wonder if it's like, oh yeah, see a check, play a check.
Yeah.
So would you take the knight or just king g2?
Oh, you just play king g2, and after rook b2, like I obviously you don't play rook f2 due to the trades and bishop d4 check, and it's a draw.
All right. But then what else
Uh,
do you have?
then I presume you have king f3, rook a2. Yeah, the things are going crazy literally, and I believe there is rook
Ooh.
d1 or rook b1, and
Oh
somehow
my
we can
goodness.
exploit the back rank issue.
I don't believe it.
I think
That's
it
crazy.
will be just in the game, but probably like white black has some sort of escape.
Yeah, I can tell you one thing that rook b2 is on the board.
Mhm.
And
Like
I'm
rook
wondering if we'll
b1
see king f3,
or rook d1.
rook
I know
b2.
what is better
Yeah.
between them.
Oh.
Like I can see a clear difference between rook d1 and rook b1. Like intuitively, I would rather play. I know I would
Oh,
play
but
rook d1.
yeah,
Because
because rook b1 is rook b2, yeah?
yeah, you're not
Maybe.
even threat. No, no, the rook b1 you're not threatening rook b8 because of the
Oh,
bishop.
oh yes, okay. Yes, I'm blind and you're tired, so this is our excuses.
No, we're just not. Yeah,
Okay.
where we feel like we're making quite a chilly content, so we're not like.
Yes. We're testing the audience.
Yeah,
This is what we're doing.
yeah.
So rook b2 now
Like
hoping
you
for.
mentioned the word dinner. That's
Hmm?
I think we had a.
Oh no! Did it just take over your mind?
No, 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 no. I'm just
Oh,
because this was one of the questions I was curious about. Like, what are the traditional meals? Like, what do
um,
indigenous people eat in South Africa? Because I've been
yeah,
all the
so.
time I've been curious because
Mhm.
like the one thing I have to mention that for example my father's favorite meal is an oxtail, and I believe it's
Okay.
South African originally.
Okay, I didn't know it was originally South African. We definitely do have oxtails on like menus at restaurants and stuff like that, and during festive seasons. But oh, someone in chat says pap and wors, so he is also South African. So pap is like a sort of, I'm probably going to explain this incorrectly. It's like a maize, and wors is like a sausage, but
Hmm.
very, it's like mince made into sausage form. So it's very specific to South Africa. Um, and we also have other dishes like babuti. Okay, it looks like it will be a draw.
Yeah.
King f2 has been played if you want to update the position. Um, Things like babuti. We have bunny chow, which is like half a loaf of bread,
Hmm.
sort of scooped out bread, and then you fill it with curry. So it's like, yeah, there are lots of interesting
So.
dishes. Not at all. I don't have a lot of like South African-ish cuisines. I do love cook sisters, which is like a delicacy um, of like pastry
Mhm.
dipped in syrup. So there are lots of things that you could
Well,
get by searching. Yeah, and milk tart, which is like a sort of um, it looks like cheesecake upon first sight, but it's really delicious. Yeah.
this cuisine is quite unique because I've never heard about like almost everything you've told. So this is the first time I'm hearing
Yeah.
about that sort of meals. Yeah, I'm very
Yeah.
curious. Like I'm kind of conservative in terms of food, so I even
Mm.
tried oxtails maybe once or twice in my life, and
Mhm.
uh, I assume it's quite a good meal. Like it's a normal meat. Like it's a normal meat. It's like on the tailbone. I don't know.
Mm.
And
Yeah, no, I'm not a huge like I don't go for a lot of the local cuisine. I'm stuck with like maybe just homemade meals, and if I go out it's like pizza or burgers or something like that. So it's
mhm.
not anything special. Yeah. It
Well,
looks like they
like
have opposite. Yeah,
yes,
go
I
ahead.
think they will agree and draw quite quickly.
Oh, they did.
They've
Okay.
just agreed and draw.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's great. And we've got the only game remaining, and so we have quite a quick day because like all the players looking forward to have a nice rest day, and like they already have a lot of plans
Hmm.
for upcoming rest day tomorrow.
It's true. Good sightseeing. So when you have a rest day during a tournament, do you use it to go sightsee, or would you rather use it to just rest?
Um, well, it's a nice question indeed because like all the time I'm looking forward to on the rest day. I I hope I'll have a good sleep, but I sleep the same about 6 or 7 hours. Yeah, but it's obviously my fault because I tend to go to bed quite late. It could be like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. sometimes,
Mm.
and then wake up at 9:30, and something like that. But well, I enjoyed those. rest days at all because I have like chess friends here. We were playing
Hey.
football, we were playing basketball, we were
Mm.
like studying chess, playing chess. Um, for like probably tomorrow, like finally, I hope I'll have a good sleep, and I'm planning to go like to play basketball or to some sort of like those like amusement parks, like big
Okay.
ones. Like the one is
Wow.
Portaventura is the biggest one, but it's in Barcelona. It's about 500 kilometers, so it's a little
Oh,
far.
that's not. Yeah, it's not too far though.
Yeah, it's not too far, but
Yeah.
I would rather go to another one, the second largest in Europe, named
Oh
Terra
wow.
Mythica. At least it's my plan, and my friends are not even aware of my like Napoleon like looking like Napoleon plans, as we say so.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's amazing. Hey. Yeah, I you wake up quite early for someone who goes to bed at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. Do you game at all, like PC gaming?
Sometimes, yeah. For example,
Okay.
yesterday I've been playing NBA.
NBA?
Yeah. If you're talking
Okay.
about the
So
video games,
if you're not playing basketball in real life, you're playing it online.
no, I'm playing them both. I love to play them
Okay.
both. Like
Okay.
that's the only thing that differs like basketball and football apart from chess, that I don't like playing online chess, but I like playing like online football and real life football as well. And the same
Yeah.
case is like for basketball. Yeah, sometimes I do play. So if you need just to refresh your mind, just distract your attention from a very hard day, I think playing some computer games is not like it should like in our age. I would claim it's can be considered as a sin because we're not that young, so we cannot waste a lot of time anymore. But still, somehow I don't hesitate playing video games.
That's true. I feel like my body age is much older than my actual age because I'm always tired.
Well,
I'm never saying no to a nap or something like that.
I
But
feel
yeah.
sometimes I feel your pain. Yeah, I have the same.
But it's nice to be able to have that sort of physical fitness and activity, especially when it comes to having friends who want to play sport and that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
So that's cool.
And
Yeah.
currently, I've obtained another habit. So, yeah. So, like, lastly, maybe like since maybe the beginning of June, I've started going to the sea, just swim in the morning,
Hmm.
almost every morning, like
Wow.
at 9:30 or 10 a.m. And
Hmm.
I mean, it's the easiest way to wake up your body like that way.
Okay.
So the water is fresh and
Cold.
well, it's not cold, it's probably like 26, 25, 26. So
Okay.
it's
That's
already
not bad.
it's quite warm, I believe.
Hmm.
S-
That's it. I'm moving to Spain.
Well, so I believe I've done pretty good job convincing you, like making a promo of this wonderful country.
Yes, indeed. No, it's always been a huge goal of mine to eventually visit Spain, and I love the language, the culture, the food. Like I've heard so many good things about it. So, yeah,
Yeah, will you
one
will
day.
enjoy it definitely.
That's
I
great.
promise.
So it looks like, thank you. Yeah, players have reached time control now on move 41, and Rapport is thinking of 55 minutes on the clock. So you were right about the additional hour. Hopefully, they don't use the
Mhm.
entire hour to decide what to do here.
Yeah,
But I'm thinking after what is D4 going to get played here?
well, so like White's plan is quite obvious. They just have to shuffle the king and stay. And usually in that sort of positions being material down, because h5 pawn is gonna be captured next on the very next move. It's not a bad
Yeah,
idea to get rid of the pair of pawns, just playing d4, rook d4, probably rook h5, and
yeah.
then maybe you can start right out with c4 or rook d6 or rook d7. So you just have to shuffle your pieces, and this is that position. I believe it's a dead draw. for some specific reason.
Yeah, seems so. But then what if black doesn't capture back on d4?
Like if they start right away with rook h5.
Mm.
Well, I would even expect d5 to be played, but it's not necessary to play d5 there. Like rook h5 has clear sense because after rook h5 d takes c5 you may also like additionally consider rook takes c5 and like putting your rook like from the wing to protect the h6 pawn. Well, basically I'm failing to evaluate the chances of Caruana to win the game. Yeah, but somehow I believe it should be a draw.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he wants to push because if Caruana wins, he's tied for second.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
if he draws, he's tied for fifth or fourth.
Yeah, there is a lot in stake, that's true.
Fourth.
Like
Mm.
especially considering I don't know if we shall take under the consideration the like Magnus words regarding his unwillingness to play
Yeah.
any sort of
I mean,
championship match.
yeah, I was thinking about that. I mean, if he says it once, it could be seen as a joke. People laugh it off and move
Mhm.
on. But he said it on, I think, two or more occasions now. That, I mean, he's expressed his opinion about playing the World Championship match if it's not against Firouzja, which I think is still rather funny, but he seems to be taking it seriously. Or perhaps he will just turn around and say, "Listen, I'll play. I'll play because I still want to be world champion." And I think he's 1 year shy of being world champion for 10 years. So if he wins next year, then he would be a 10 or 10 consecutive
Yeah,
years
world
world
champion, like
champion. Yeah.
reigning for 10 years. That's true.
Yes.
Actually, are you like do you know who is the current record holder like in the franchise history of chess for the most consecutive years being a champion?
I feel like I know this answer. Is it not Gary Kasparov? I'm
Uh,
probably wrong.
no, no,
Am I
I don't know.
wrong?
That's why I ask you.
Oh, um,
Like
I will do my
we can
research.
figure it out like without doing like any
Okay.
specific research in internet. Let's say,
Can I do the research and then you know, and then I won't tell you?
okay, and then you tell me whether I'm right or wrong, right?
Yes,
Okay, it
I will
will
do
be a
that.
good method. So like Stanis obtained his title in 1886 in his match against Sukhachot, I believe, and he was the reigning world champion until I believe 1898 or 1899, unless he lost his match against Lasker. Then Lasker had his title until um 1914 or 1915, something like that, I believe, or not really, because both Capablanca Alekhine matches were held like mm, took place in the first one was in 1921, the second was in 19 no 1921 was Capablanca match against Lasker. Then 1927 was the match between Capablanca and Alekhine. Then
I don't know
1935
how you know this. This is amazing. Okay.
Then 1935, it was the match between Ave and Alekhine. Then it was a rematch. I don't remember the exact year, but I remember that Alekhine died as a reigning world champion in city of Estoril in Portugal in 1946 from a heart attack. Then
Oh,
afterwards, I believe Ave again became a champion. Then he was replaced by the sixth world champion was Mikhail Botvinnik. Then Botvinnik lost his match to like I don't remember the exact order. It was like probably one of the youngest ones was Tal who won against Botvinnik in 1961. So it means like then afterwards, I think they've changed quite quickly because afterwards, after Tal, then it was Botvinnik again, then it was Petrosyan, then it was like Spassky, then it was Fischer, and then Fischer refused to play the match against Anatoly Karpov, and then I believe Karpov was from 1973 or 72 or 75 until
Okay.
so he defended the crown in uh, the matches against Viktor Korchnoi, and I think he lost his crown in 1985 to Kasparov, or the match was postponed, so it was like 1985 or 1986. Consequently, Karpov was a reigning world champion for 10 or 11 years. Steinitz was for 12. Alyoshin was world champion for several occasions, so I think we have to consider him like in total. And probably my answer is um, Gary Kasparov, 15 years.
15 years. Okay.
15 or 14. He lost his title in the year 2000 in his defeat against Vladimir Kramnik. But there has been a mess in the International Chess Federation because they've split it up to FIDE and PCA. And for example, they started making those knockout world championships or knockout world cups, and in that regard we have to include Rustam Kasimzhanov and Alexander Khalifman as the world champions as well.
Okay. I mean, I totally still believe that Gary was the longest reigning,
Mhm.
but according to Google, it seems that Emmanuel Lasker reigned from 1894
So
to
it was, yeah,
1921.
27 years. True.
Yep,
So
27 years.
yeah, in 1980, yeah, so I've been wrong in the year of the match against Steinitz. So he played it in 1894, and it means that Steinitz was only a world champion for 8 years.
Yeah, and then he lost against Capablanca
1921.
in 1921.
hmm
Yeah. Wow. I just learned a whole lot of chess history. That's fantastic. And your knowledge on the past, I was just like, whoa, how do you know all of that? That's amazing. You must be reading it off something, but I know for a fact you're
No,
not. So
not
that's
really,
really amazing.
That's
Yeah.
that's a sort of habit because this is what we've been taught since we just started like learning chess. Like it's
Mm,
basically like in general, it's a very basic thing. It's a basement, like
yeah.
the
So you
history.
attended like Russian chess school?
Well, if we can say so, partially. So obviously, like my first coaches were from my native city, and I was born in Tyumen, in a Siberian city, in the capital of oil and gas in the whole Russia. So
Sounds cold.
it sounds cold, but like how hot it can be during the summer. Right
Okay.
now, I've been speaking to, I've been chatting with my friends from my native city, and they told me that's like it's an enormous heat nowadays, like plus 35, plus 36 it can be.
Wow.
And we have some forest fires as well because of the heat.
Forest fires.
Yeah, yeah,
Goodness, that does not sound pleasant.
not at
Yeah.
all. So like the difference in total between the coldest weather and winter and summertime is about, it can be up to 70 degrees, so we can have like minus 35 in winter and plus 35 in summer.
Whoa. That doesn't sound normal. Like usually if it's cold, really, really cold in the winter, you'd find that it's like decently, you know, it's decent in the summer. Like you'd have like plus 10 maybe.
Yeah, you
Well,
have to.
that's insane. I didn't know.
Yeah, like probably in that sense, your wardrobe has to be very, very wide in terms of clothes.
Yeah, it has
You
to
have
be
to be
warm. You have to have
well
like fur
prepared.
upon fur.
Hmm.
Yeah. But speaking about the game as well, we have a few moves on the board,
Hmm.
but it's seems as though it is just equal now, even after Rook H1. It's equal.
Yeah, like let's figure out what will happen
Mm-hmm.
if black proceeds in a very stubborn way, just pushing the pawn towards the first rank, the promotion, like h5. I believe we can still shuffle the rook on the sixth rank. Just like b5. Yeah, it's pretty much drawish.
And then Rook A6 probably.
Yeah, I think we have to get rid of the pawns. For example, there is a funny line after c4, b4. We can play c5 and like we have some sort of idea like I don't know, rook c6, h3, and then rook a6.
Oh.
It's a very study-like pattern, and once I even
Oh.
used it in my
Okay.
game against Khalifman
Mm-hmm.
like a few years ago. So black also has to be aware of that sort of like ideas.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also looking at the cameras on a different screen. I remember during uh, Grand the Grand Prix,
Hmm.
there were camera rights for chess, and we had access to see all the faces of the players and that
Hmm.
sort of thing. So yeah, I'm also checking out to see how those is. But my favorite thing to do after all the games are done, they upload all the photos to Flickr,
Hmm.
and I'm just looking at all the amazing faces. I think there were some really funny faces that Hikaru was pulling. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
as you said, he's sort of the comedian, the candidate, and yeah,
Yeah, I
so
expected you will tell like you'll say about Hikaru because his facial expressions just make new memes born.
yeah.
Yeah, there has been a very funny meme of about him trying to find a mouse, like a
Oh,
computer
there
one.
was a video of him
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
like making the shape of the mouse, but
yeah,
he was
yeah.
actually going for his pen, and then yeah, it just
Like now it happens to him even unconsciously. So he's so
he's
got
clearly
used to it.
spending
Yeah.
he's spending too much time in front of the computer playing chess. Yeah. People were saying, yeah, he thought he was playing Title Tuesday.
And probably he was the only one out of like
Yeah,
apart from the rest of the field in this tournament who played this Tuesday tournament in chess.com like
it's true.
during the like the main event, like the tournament,
Yeah.
like the
Wait,
only
was
one.
he playing? Was he playing during the count bits?
Yeah, yeah, right. A couple of days ago, I've been informed by my like friend who actually won the tournament. So
Yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness. Imagine that. Imagine that. Yeah.
yeah,
So now.
Hikaru is an
Mhm.
avid chess lover, so he makes entertainment. He provides us with entertainment. He entertains himself, and it reflects in a quite a positive way on his wealth.
Yeah, that's true.
B5.
But okay, B5 was played as you mentioned.
Like the only sensible idea for black is just to move out the king of the angle, playing king b8. It's like normally once again, like white has to get rid of the pawns. Maybe c4 is not a bad idea.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what the idea here of white should be, then just putting the king on A2 and hmm,
like c4,
Yeah.
b4 can be played, and after c5, which seems quite logical because rook c5, rook h6 inclusion doesn't like hurt white at all. He opted
Yeah.
for b4.
Yeah.
So then maybe, yeah, black can still try out some rook h2 and just pushing the pawn to h3, and then moving out the king. And just to explain the very common thing in those kinds of rook endgames, sometimes you like if you put your pawn directly on h2, you would be lacking the protection for your king when it will come towards the pawn. For example, like if we
Oh,
just shuffle the rook, you put the pawn on h3, like I'll make the old W's move. So it's
yeah.
like I play rook h5, like you make a check, king a2, and then like at least you have a plan to put your king to h2. I mean that would be the way how you. Well,
Okay.
I like this arrow. It's like king from e6
Yeah.
directly goes to h2.
It's possible.
Yeah,
Sure.
I've seen a lot of bloopers like on Blitz games where the bishop moves
Hmm.
from e6 to h2.
That's insane. I don't know how that even happens.
Like the comparison with the pawn on h2, if you push h2 first, then like you move out your king, and then like when it comes to let's say f3, it will be met with the check from f8, and the king
Hmm.
could not cover, uh, could not hide behind the pawn.
Oh, true.
So like basically he'll try to put the pawn on h3 and then make a couple of moves, and he'll realize that there is nothing to play for. Obviously, Caruana realizes it clearly, so it's just a drawish position and not a bad day for him, like considering the fact that Caruana lost 2 consecutive games in previous rounds. Like
Yeah.
it's important not to black out. Yeah, rook h4. Well, it doesn't. Mm, it barely differs from the rook h2. So
Yeah. And then C3, right? Or
yeah,
B3?
c3.
B3? C3.
b3 can be played as well. Like, but c3 looks at just rock solid. The whole pawn structure. Like this pawn structure, like if we make an arrow, it reminds me some sort of a snake, like S letter. I would name it as a snake.
Oh,
Snake
very
looking pawn
nice.
structure.
um, apparently, because I played C3. Okay, no, C3 is fine. The engine's just acting up.
But Rapport played b3 instead, so he
Okay,
he he decided to follow your
yeah.
recommendation.
Of course, my recommendation is top tier.
Well, at least Rapport is agreeing with you, so
Yeah, he actually has an earpiece in and whatever I say he plays. So here we go. Now I'm sort of hoping for just rook takes b4, rook takes h6, and
no, unfortunately, king b is on the board.
okay, king b8.
And now it's now it's a real snake because both kings are on b file. Oh, no more. What a pity.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. I saw that.
Like in those times, like of absolute, like being bored with the position,
Yeah.
you provide yourself with that sort of entertainment, just like switching on your imagination and trash talking.
No, I love the creativity. Very nice. So you said you're into art. Do you paint or
No, I don't.
draw?
No, I just like walking on the museums and
Hmm.
well, I used to. I've been interested in the biography of the famous like painters, famous artists,
Yeah.
and so I've watched several films about their lives. And I've been impressed. There is one very like from my in my opinion the BBC movie,
Okay.
like it's a series movie about Picasso life or
Wow.
Picasso, yeah.
Yeah. No,
uh
there was only, I think the only thing that stood out in terms of facts when it came to artists, what I remember is that there was one artist whose work only became popular and famous after his death.
yeah, like
I
Van
can't
Gogh.
remember. Van Gogh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, Van Gogh. Van Gogh.
Van Gogh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't a popular artist before he died, and actually this incident was him shooting his own ear became
Yeah, to send it
a
to.
topic of like various gossips, rumors, and discussions. So yeah, he became popular after his death. And regarding the musicians, there's been a very similar, not like a similar biography, but there's been a very popular, like now it's a very popular musician, classical musician Felix Mendelssohn. Like probably you've at least like heard a melody of the Wedding March. So it's been written by Felix Mendelssohn,
Okay.
and like I think his musical heritage was discovered after his death, and about Johann Sebastian Bach is the same. So he was just, I think he was some kind of a like a pope in the church, but he was writing music. Like he was
Writing music. That always like.
making music. I don't know how to
Yeah.
like what is the
No,
best
no,
way
no.
to
Compose maybe. I don't
yeah
know,
to
but like
compose.
it's to sit and to like write music is just a marvel for me, or to like sit and do these sort of things. Like I cannot read
Hmm.
music, but for me to play around with and maybe create some tunes or write a song, like it's so much easier for me to like think of how people actually wrote the music that is out
Yeah,
there. It's like
composing, it's a better
insane.
word.
Yeah.
But I don't know how, like literally, I barely imagine how he was composing because I don't believe he had a free like access to the instrument. Let's say he had some sort of like clavier, and like I don't know how often he used it to like make this music because probably you know that Beethoven lost his, so he barely heard in his very last moments of his life, and when he wrote für Elise, he didn't hear it all, so he switched on his imagination and he just imagined how it will heard like, and so he was literally writing music without composing because he didn't hear it all.
Wow. That's incredible. Yeah. Goodness me. Yeah, that's so sad because I would assume that creating the sort of thing, you want people to enjoy it while you're still alive, and you want people to um, praise your work while you're
Hmm.
still around.
Yeah,
Yeah,
obviously.
so
Yeah, that's the essence of the life.
unfortunate. Mm. But I guess it is also something to note that you're leaving something behind. So
Hmm.
for generations, people will enjoy.
Yeah, like
It's
what?
bittersweet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm sure many people will know of the. How do you pronounce your last name?
Yuffa, like with
Yuffa.
a strong A.
Yuffa.
Yeah, like it sounds
Okay.
like I don't mind if people pronounce me with like the strong U, but it's like it's more or less the same for me because I realize normally, for example, in Europe, mm, like the first, so they usually pronounce me as Yuffa, but I'm Yuffa, so it's just
Yuffa.
yeah.
Okay. So then we'll remember the Yuffa attack
Which one?
or the Yuffa gambit
Well,
one
it's a
day.
nice joke. Like I don't know what will the future generations of the chess players inherit from my chess games, but well, I would be happy to invent some sort of like some crazy thing. Probably it will be
Yeah, I
some
think the
crazy
most
opening.
amazing. Yeah, the most amazing thought is to have maybe your game or a position from your game in a book,
Yeah,
and to
yeah,
say,
yeah.
okay, this position is this and this, and when it's packed out on a board, you find it that it becomes like a well-known pattern or something like that, and you'd be like, oh, the UFA position,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Thanks God, I've not been made it in a spectacular way, but like not for several occasions I've already uh so yeah, so
Okay.
I've seen my name in books like with
Oh,
but unfortunately was from the negative side, no, negative perspective view because I played a game
oh,
against Magnus Carlsen and he crushed me in 25 moves, so that's why
oh
I
no.
have a bad memory. Like I have a bad memories.
Hmm. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, 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 but in some other books I also seen my games which resulted in a victory of myself, so still something to be proud of.
Oh, that's good. So, wait, you've written a book of your own yet, or not
No,
yet?
not yet.
Okay.
Like,
You plan on it? Maybe one day.
not really.
You can combine the
That's a
love
good
of
idea.
art and culture and chess and compare.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
like how hilarious it is because chess is actually is in essence is a mixture of arts and sports because it's an art on the one hand because of the depth of the idea, because of the like the creativity of players, and on the other hand there is psychological aspect.
Mm,
So like there's you have sports and arts combined, and that's why I like sports as like basketball and football are, and
yeah.
arts as music and like like
Not.
yeah, and art.
No,
Pretty
that's a
simply.
perfect combination. It looks like you have a well balanced life, and that's definitely
And
something to be
what
proud
what
of.
what are your like what are you keen on? Like what are your favorite hobbies?
Mm. So I love to read, given the chance. I've recently bought a few psychology books, or rather, like not specifically the study of psychology, but rather just the enjoyment of reading about how minds work and how people sort of get along and that sort of thing. So reading definitely. I I think this is more for my community when I do stream, but I would like sing or write music or that sort of thing. And
Mm,
um, most recently, I suppose this isn't really much of a hobby, but I game. I've been introduced to gaming, like online gaming,
hmm.
and I've met a lot of cool people through that. And yeah, when given the opportunity, I love to travel. And that's one of the reasons I kept playing chess, because with chess, I was always given this opportunity to travel. So yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty logical indeed.
yeah.
And talking
I'm sure there
about
are a bunch
the
of other things.
yeah,
Yeah.
and talking about the like the cyber sports, if we can say so, because you've mentioned that you're pretty much in it, like talking to the Peter to the people in this industry. It's like gaming, like
Mm.
is there any are you in um, in a professional team of the cyber players, cyber sportsmen?
Oh, like esports?
Yeah, like
Mm,
esports.
yeah, so I no, but I am an official content creator for the likes of ASUS,
Hmm.
which is cool. So I'm really happy with that gig, and that comes along with like learning a lot about social media. and audiences in that regard. And I mean, ever since I started streaming, I think it teaches you a lot about the online world, and it can be brutal, but it also can be very a fun experience, learning experience. So
True.
yeah, no, Chad is mentioning that I should also point out that I post memes on Twitter and Instagram. So there you go.
Well, I have to look at your memes. I'm curious.
Yes. Wait, are you on Twitter as well?
No, no, I'm not a big like
Not on Twitter.
fan of
Okay.
the social media, but I'm on Facebook. So yeah,
Okay.
afterwards, I'll ask you to send me some fresh portion of
Fresh
memes.
memes. I gotta
Yeah.
introduce you to the meme life. Yes, I will. It's always a good laugh. I've created a lot of memes surrounding the candidates as well. So it's been nice watching the games because then I could post some very relevant jokes. Yeah.
Like nowadays, in a very sad and cruel world, we should like appreciate memes like we never used before.
Mm. No, that's true. Very, very honest and true. Oh, that's funny. So I see that the pawn was exchanged. Okay, so c4 and takes, and now we have two pawns. Do you think we'll see b5?
Probably, yeah. The pity that the snake just drop off its
Oh,
skin.
we have several other snakes. We should probably update the board though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, obviously. I mean, like I'm looking at a smaller board, so just forgot to refresh the main one, the analysis
Mm,
board. Yeah, well, it's a dead draw. Like
yes.
basically, I don't know what I can talk about in this position. So, like white can play king b2, black probably play h3 because there is no other sensible move in this position. Like we shuffle the rook, playing king a2, like, or we can also make some sort of checks, starting with rook h7, king c6, and making another check. And if you want to go all in, playing king e6, there is rook b7.
Mm,
Like h2 has no chance due to rook
just rook
h7.
back.
Yeah, and
Okay.
white is fine. I mean, that's a dead draw. No way. I
Mm,
mean, the game shouldn't last long.
mm.
And it means that we're looking forward to have a very easy day at the office.
Easy day. Well, compared to the 7 hours that you've had to
No,
endure,
no, no.
I can imagine.
It's just like a kindergarten. I I claim kindergarten
Okay.
compared to university, like master's degree.
Oh, I see. Master's
Master's
degree.
degree
Yeah.
in
Uh
chemistry
huh.
or physics.
Yeah. And you attended college as well, or you focused directly on chess
No,
after
no.
school?
I've managed to graduate from the university, so I have master's degree in finances, and
Oh,
well,
that's amazing.
not like a huge, not a very strong university, but still like this is somewhat I can be proud of in comparison to other chess nerds that I've finished my studies.
That's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
cool.
And you?
Yeah. I studied accounting. So it's like finance accounting.
So we're
Yeah.
more or less colleagues, let's say.
Yeah, colleagues, but to be honest, I don't think I will ever pursue accounting.
Yeah, that is pretty much about the current like like an analysts and accountants and whatever whomsoever.
Yeah, it's a last resort. Like, I really want my life to. And as much as, okay, they've agreed on a draw, it seems, in this position, I think.
There is no way how the king hides.
Yeah, they have shaken hands. I checked the cams, it seems. There we go. And it's
Well,
registered.
that that
Yeah.
that 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 news like literally made my day. They just shake the hands.
Shame it's been a tough 11, 12 games for you. But I can tell you one thing, Daniil,
Hmm.
that it's only 2 games left. 2 games left and one rest day. So you said tomorrow you are going to be playing some basketball. Is that true?
Yeah, I'll be enjoying the life and by all means swimming in the sea, playing basketball, probably reading some sort of literature.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so yeah,
Awesome.
you bring a bit of luck to the studio and the game. Those games didn't last long. And Radjabov stealing the show today with his like tremendous victory over Ding Liren. What an amazing game.
Yeah, we see the results on the screen right now with the draw between Nakamura and Nepomnyashchy. That was the first game to finish as well with Berlin,
Hmm.
and yeah, the rest also ending in a draw. So,
Yeah,
what is your favorite sort of finishing line to say to everyone
yeah,
when the broadcast is over?
yeah, I've just prepared it promptly. So
Oh,
should I start right away?
you're
And yeah,
welcome
dear
to.
ladies
Sure.
and gentlemen, with a heavy heart, I have to say that, and with some feeling of a little sorrow that we have to say
Well,
good.
don't smile while saying.
I'll make like that. With a heavy heart, I have to say that it's over for today. Unfortunately, the games didn't last long. Well, like, you know what I mean. And yeah, I hope to see you back on World Chess on 3rd on July. So today it's 1st of July and it's been an equator of the year. 6 months will already passed. And looking forward to see you at 3 p.m. European time, Berlin, Paris, Madrid on 3rd of July around 13. Stay tuned, and I like to thank Jesse for having such nice talk throughout the games, and I'll be delighted to see you soon as possible.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you, first of all, and then to be able to work with you. So, thank you so much, Daniel, for making this experience very pleasant for me. And thank you to the audience as well for being such a good sport. And yeah, we'll see you after the rest day.
See you. Bye.
Bye.